My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
804497 7SLV. Can't really see that one. 8LEJ384, and you can also see the directed light while that demon is crossing path 6ZXC632. The same demon possession, the same demonic activity and terrorism, 7DGS135. And these are the people of the state to be prosecuted for what is posing that impermissible threat. Impermissible threat is the grounds of what is federal prison, amongst other criminal acts of obstruction of justice. 8XUC361 122 2741, I believe. I'll get that one in a second. CB701L4, that's paper 53535D2, and this is 12274W1. It is 6:47 a.m. The light source is not remaining stationary over any museum of history and arts, or to be seen relative to the location, the direction of that museum. It is moving as I move. (8WDP345). This is a minion with shoulder length, sandy blonde hair. She's got on a striped shirt, black bottoms, and she's walking to her vehicle, which is a Nissan Rogue, license 8WDP345. The fake sun is over me. She is on surveillance cameras at the Wells Fargo ATM at 6:53 a.m. walking to her vehicle. She's stalking in the path while, excuse me, that's not even Amtrak. That's Union Pacific. That is the guise under which train activity. This is demonic. It's called noise and engineered light, while demons are using venues that surround to be present in the path they're stalking. 8T45086. So I want to document that, and that's after I just captured this video at the Ontario Town Square, where I remained yesterday for a series of hours as of 7:49 a.m. And today I arrived capturing video at 6:50 a.m. The light source is in alignment with me, not capable of being seen over that south side of the museum at 7:27, because it's already at the Ontario Town Square in alignment with me at 6:50, and it's not remaining at that Ontario Town Square either, which is also an inconsistent and impossibility not characteristic of the light source. In addition, as an aside, the actual sun's not remaining over a property all day long, like I captured yesterday anyway. 7:49 a.m. until after 5 o'clock yesterday again. Not advancing any more north than that property, because I did not go any more north of Euclid Avenue. I stopped at the Ontario Town Square. Didn't go any further, and neither did the light source. That's the direct evidence against the people and the Ontario Police Department. All right, engaging in what is an impermissible threat, demonstrating demon possession, and threatening you while they're stalking you in your face. This is that system of public corruption. Stalking you in your face while you're documenting it and engaging in that conduct as though you are impervious. Federal prison will be met with such an impermissible threat. You are not impervious, and you will be prosecuted. It is currently 6:54 a.m. and the fake sun is moving in alignment with me as I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue. And this is well before 7:27, where I remained at the museum yesterday. This is P.O.C. So this commercial actor, Saucedo Equipment, California 513548. That's audible activity. That's exactly what they were doing at Wells Fargo. This is another minion doing the same thing, stalking in the path. And this is license plate 9F65499. Saucedo Equipment, molesting with directed light. That's harassment and terrorism while I document his stalking conduct right here at D Street and Euclid Avenue. The minions helping him, 6DYM, can't say that one, 64438N2. Those are minions that are helping him, molesting me together, 7HNM241, 8KB2109. All right, you got minions driving behind that is crossing path, touching me with directed light while I'm capturing the fake sun, and Saucedo Equipment is doing the same thing that the minion at Wells Fargo was doing, while Union Pacific is the activity creator. the fake sun's in alignment with me. And I did capture those still images. It's 6:56 a.m. All right, group stalking at ARCO as the fake sun remains over me. 8XY8338, 6SLX368, 5DVN368, 5WZA646, and molesting, harassing with directed light, another demon approaching, 7HNM241. This is the demon that's approaching and molesting with all of them, 7GNE045. BT92V51, group stalking across the street, molesting together as one, understand that. That's the paper plate, BXRX992, 06326C1, 6PDP665, 8TLP099, license 5MLL842. This is at Chevron and Arco. 6DLL277, I believe. It is 6:58 a.m. (7EIJ595). (7GAJ097). 8XYA338. 8WMB023. 8ADJ933. 5ZSY399. 6W95502. TYU568, engaging in surveillance. Group stalking with the minions that are pacing up and down on the sidewalk exercises the form of these demons who are maintaining presence in the path. And that demon, with the license plate I just read, is stalking on the side of the road, sitting in their vehicle, waiting for me to cross path. That's stalking. And as you have what is, for example, engaging in the predatory conduct, a demon engaging in this sort of conduct, which is what I documented last night while I was walking toward what is the Ontario Village. You have a demon that is sitting in front of the third-party facilitating venue. It was an address off of Vine, and they're sitting on the side of the road, not with their hazards on. I had just documented the demons. Two of them were sitting adjacent to each other with their hazards on. This one was sitting on the side of a property at the corner of Vine and C Street with their lights on. And then as soon as I walk up to this property, you have another demon that's waiting for me to get to that my very location so that they can turn the corner and touch me with light. That is a setup. That's an ambush. That's predatory. It's demented and it's terrorizing. It is a method of touching. It is done with knowledge of your documentation, with every knowledge of where you are at. I just want to speak to this is the same position. This is the same conduct of the entity is keeping the fake sun over me. This is an ongoing molestation. It is also waiting in the path for what is group stalking. Group stalking is maintaining presence in the path for purposes of monitoring with a communication device. By virtue of walking by, being by, living by, working by, whatever you're doing by, in relevant position, in other words, you're going to be prosecuted for that. 7VFK723. 8VAN315, 6U50721. Because you are by, in other words, I'm using that word with regard to understanding. It's very simple to engage in group stalking. 7WGD256 with the government that's monitoring you with communication devices with everybody around you. Being in relevant position, then you are present in the path. You are group stalking. It's a system of public corruption. It's occurring in plain sight. 7GXH208. And it's 7:01 a.m. The light source is moving over El Pescador. Right, keeping in alignment with me as I'm walking north up Euclid Avenue. 8A39641, 8LIF906. Union Pacific engaged in terrorism. I'm at what is, and so are the people. Union Pacific represents the people. Amplifying train activity because this demon is stalking. All right, this demon with her ugly sunglasses, LVRT91, while she's being a stalker. She should have better taste in sunglasses. This is H Street and Euclid Avenue. LDYLEO1, 8GFH255, Pay attention to that train activity, because that's impossible audible activity. The fake sun's right here over me at the Obstetrics and Gynecology and Medical Office. License 8ZEN 781. American Inn is monitoring as well. American Inn's right on the opposite side of the street. I'm over here by the Asinith Marsala, a third party. She's got a State Farm office, or he or she has a State Farm office. He or she is the third party. Okay, and it is located at 802 Euclid Avenue. That's where I'm at, 7:04 a.m. 7JRU 111. 6ZYZ267, 8JKV385, 7VQW945, molesting, harassing with directed light while they are stalking in the path. It's 7:05 a.m. All right, this demon 26402E3, group stalking at I Street, engaging in demonic conduct on the grounds of this fake church with the rest of these demons who are stalking and demonstrating demon possession with directed light conduct, which is prosecution for terrorism, for stalking with engineered light, which is also the sex offense, by the people of the state who are stalking with the government, engaging in this satanic targeting system. It's currently 7:06 a.m. 3NOV241, 44144M2. These are minions on J Street. As I documented on Saturday evening, 5XMW799. Showing you what is the fake sun that's right over me in alignment, moving north up the street as I'm walking toward the city of Upland at what I believe is 944 is the address on 944 on Euclid Avenue in the city of Ontario, and the next cross street is J Street. That's J Street and Euclid Avenue in Ontario. It's 7:10 a.m. Chaffee Joint Union High School group stalking while the entity's amplifying plane activity. That's why I'm recording. Flying right over Euclid Avenue in relevant position while the fake sun is far away from the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, keeping in alignment with me. That is the terrorism by 8DZS351. Chaffee Joint Union High School's crossing path, 8JLC644, 6NXF340. 8GJS732. That is the conduct of the third parties such as Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Frontier Airlines, the United Airlines that demonstrated, first of all, demon possession. It is demonic conduct, and you're understanding the universal application of engaging in that demented pattern of conduct, which is also criminal with regard to federal stalking. This is what they're doing while I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue. 6YAE973. 8UKR413, KTSLX, 8NL4588, 8, let's see, this is 8UJU163, 5PPY746. These are demons at a stoplight driving through directed light that's covering the streets, stalking in the path at Euclid Avenue and 4th Street. Currently 7:12 a.m. License 7LKF791, 8JFU589, 8WLT808, CB80H18. That's paper. Let's see. License 8ZTG597. It's 7:12 a.m. All right, the fake sun, 6TFFO65, 7VQC 935, 8TMP 925, 8W48199, 6PMJ 514. These are minions molesting, harassing with directed light at 1205 Euclid Avenue. 8B11601 is group stalking, engaging in that same exact molestation and terrorism with directed light. Also demons that are engaging in harassment, hostile, while I document that venue, which is right here at the intersection of Euclid Avenue and 5th Street, where a demon is driving a large construction vehicle. This is nothing other than Satan driving that vehicle, which makes a lot of noise, while the fake sun, as I captured, is over this third-party facilitating venue where the people are stalking in relevant position on behalf of the government in the state's environment under that fake sun that is right there over that venue as I captured it, and then directed light moving across that venue where the people of the state are documented, not present in any individual capacity while the pattern of conduct is underway as I remain subject to surveillance by the government. It's currently 7:18 a.m. and I captured the images of that venue where the fake sun is seen right over it. This is P.O.C. 8TPE959, 7RGL336, 8ADN655, 7YLJ880, 7POU860, 34566B1. And this 88DN655 is a commercial vehicle. It's Titans, engaging in interstate stalking and terrorism, harassment via directed light, demonstrating demon possession. License 8MYZ383. It is 7:23 a.m. The same for all of these demons at the stoplight. 8FLR576, 12820H3, 7XPT289, 7KVX374. Go on ahead, minion. 32107N2. 61637B2, 64744D3, 7DHG110. Touching me with directed light, and so is 8YBT958. All of them are. Just want to speak to their one entity. Engaging in terrorism and stalking harassment with this demonstration of demon possession. 6SDD314, stalking and engineered light. 33376N2. And this is at third party facilitating venue 106 West 6th Street in Upland. 7HQH227, 7BGR046. 7HDH892, 5DNT183, 8EGS069, 8ETU101, BC92H15 paper, 21229F3. It's 7:25 a.m. Let's see, 8CDS879, 8NGP268, 7LJZ884. I think I read all mine. 8PDP173, 6CUB216, 7MBN610, 7YIW658, 8DJW251, 8SSB440, 6WJN559, 6VZF248, 8RPZ601. It's 7:26 a.m. 7TDY993, 7NRZ786. Okay, 7WPB104, 79469P2, 8JUU536, QC1487. That's a paper plate on an Acura TL parked on what is Caroline Court at the 100 West block right here by the 10 freeway, which is where I'm at right now at 7:27 in the morning, where the fake sun is right over me and nowhere, possibly coexisting with the remaining light source at the Ontario Museum where I was still sleeping. I got up and I showed you how it was not only over that property, it's over the side of the building where I was sleeping. All right, and then from that starting point, moving north up to the Ontario Town Square, where it advanced no further in the direction north or west. Okay, this is P.O.C. All right, these demons, 6TZD123, 4MNS221, 8RND771, 7AAS350, license 7AEH574, 7PNV468, 7KSN516, 5XPX607, 8EZC, hold on, get that in a second, 5XOJ402, 6FVF762, 7BQB308, and this demon is 1 PSC, 7KOR264, and 8EZC874. And I did capture video right now at 7:27 a.m. Using that specific time, I walked into the city of Upland, and you're looking at this ongoing impossibility. It's remaining stationary. I've just woken up at the museum, and the light source is over the south side, not just over the property, but over the side of the property where I am sleeping, okay, where I remain. And I captured that on video. Today, leaving from the city of Ontario, leaving from the property at 225 South Euclid Avenue, the museum, where the light source is over me, I'm walking up North Euclid Avenue, where I did not walk yesterday, remained at the Ontario Town Square. Right now, remaining at the museum, and then at 7:49, I arrive at the Ontario Town Square, and I do not walk north of Euclid Avenue whatsoever. The light source remains, does not go north of Euclid Avenue in any direction, and is not possibly captured hovering over the freeway entrance, hovering over any properties on north of the Ontario Town Square, while it is maintaining presence directly over my head at the Ontario Town Square, at the Ontario Museum, at the San Bernardino County Public Health Clinic's office at 150 East Holt. That's where the light source remained yesterday. And as I walk just right now, being at the 10 freeway entrance, let alone all the properties that I'm documenting while the fake sun's remaining over my head, this is already speaking to what is that ongoing stalking with light and impossibility, speaking to the stalking conduct of the people of the state, the demon possession of the people of the state, while they are participating in what is a massive perpetual sex offense. While they want to maintain presence in the path, they want to stalk in engineered light, they want to touch with engineered light. And this includes the third-party rider. I will document them engaging in specific forms of harassment. All right, license plate 7XHX454, 4ZGN445, 7HWJ083, BF95R00, 7YXV762, 8VTC506, 8VIC506 7MZR542. Capturing another video right now, speaking to what is the people of the state acting via a third-party rider, crossing path, molesting, harassing, with regard to what is the specific acts of harassment while these demons are monitoring the documentation, engaging in such methods of harassment, doing so while engaging in the P.O.C. on behalf of the state. Again, this is what I'm speaking to, which is the grounds of federal prison. And you are talking about what is none other than necessary, which is documenting it, AERF 110. And you will see how non-impervious to that prosecution to federal prison that you are. License plate 8BZT953, 8JFU472, 71477F2, 1033, I can't really see that, you can start that one, 5RTL244, 8MNE226, 79595T2, 7HXZ809, 8PQG736, 72015V1, 49470X2, 7KEJ119, 8SFZ310, 7JKF366, 8FOY178, 8EBB794, 7YD, I can't see that one, 7YDW491, I believe. License 8CAT244, 6TTP635. I want to be clear, so this is ongoing massive facilitation by Herc Rentals. You have 111319P, I believe. Substantial number, that's Diamond. 97197K2, that's a large truck. Massive facilitation by Herc Rentals and Security Paving. They are surrounding the perimeter with light. It's the same demonic conduct. It's the same act that will wind you up in federal prison. They are not engaging in construction. This is state surveillance. Wearing a hard hat is no form. This is why you capture what is the impossibility, the fake sun that is over them, and the directed light that surrounds them. Engaging in construction is no legal argument or excuse or exemption from what is the ongoing terrorism as it is being documented. Ricocheting light, which is not sunlight, while you are driving under what's supposed to be the sun. The sun is also not possibly present directly over my head when I'm in the city of Upland at 727. When I'm documenting the maintenance of this light source that is not only remaining over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, it's already documented when I am remaining in Ontario, for example, en route to what is the Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. That's what I captured at 7:35 in the morning on January 22nd. The entity is keeping a fake sun over me while I'm here because the pattern of conduct is underway. Herc Rentals is indeed engaging in facilitation. A claim of ignorance is no legal argument, and it is an ongoing threat to your life. Herc Rentals also documented engaging in what is stalking in the path while directed light is appearing on their vehicle. That is not occurring with Herc Rentals' ignorance. Those are demons. All right, so I'm speaking to every way in which you will be prosecuted for what is none other than facilitation, and every single last one of them will wind up in federal prison. All right, while they are facilitating a government's pattern of conduct. This is the ongoing use of the people. The people will be put into federal prison while they want to engage in this determination to monitor while they're puppets of Satan. That condition is going to have them winding up in federal prison. And then that's just the bottom line of it, because the system, the government's pattern of conduct is known. what you are doing and facilitating, engaging, and threatening the life, surveilling an American citizen in violation of constitutional and human rights, you don't have any grounds for that, and there will be no tolerance for it. And so as you want to insist on doing that, including 9D57340, that is Jara Trans Company, California 281463, you will be prosecuted for that, identified for that. Security paving, license 8FDA363, 2 white men getting in a vehicle just crossing path, group stalking with the rest of the traffic. This is surveillance that's at the intersection of the 10 freeway, as opposed to what is ordinary traffic. This is people that are awaiting what is a prosecution, and a lot of them are going to federal prison. This is the government using the use of numbers. And so in order to confront that, you're not impervious because you want to use a lot of the people. A lot of the people will be snatched up and placed into federal prison. That's exactly what's going to happen, and that's necessary. All right, you're talking about what is breaking down that system, thinking that you will use everybody and it's under the guise of what's supposed to be emergency. No, this isn't rush hour traffic. They're all demons stalking. The fake sun, directed light, the same exact P.O.C. While you're monitoring the documentation, that's an impermissible threat. Having it built up, which is an ongoing threat to your life, while you are monitoring one who is also documenting it, and you are engaging in what is equally impermissible with regard to that threatening conduct on behalf of a government. Not only will government actors be going to federal prison, the people themselves will be going to federal prison, all because you want to take a specific street and engage in stalking, participating in the criminal activity of a government, and you're not getting away with it while you're doing it on the way to work. License 5KJK819, 7RZV500, NIKAJAY, and that's exactly what's necessary in order to confront, address what is the government's use of the multitudes of demons, the demon-possessed population, VOYTARD. This is DOG's license 88457J3, license 7ZQH713, WAAHENE, 5KTE756-32193, Y1, license 8KWU444, 8SDA895, 6MIL599, 7DBH053, 123992, D547GO, license 7BCC474, 8R90276, 6P50234, 4524683, 8DCH255, DOD5ERS. And it's 7:43 a.m. 7YCF666 in the fake sun right here over what is 367 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. Bunch of them. License 6SNE977, 8ZRD934, 8VQA094, 8WMJ984, 7HPE408, 8DSN308, Riley Electric, license number 393866, California 4877022. Again, that's Riley Electric. This is license plate 12984Z1. At third-party facilitating venue 343 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. Security paving license 50787B3. 8REU045. Showing the terrorizing acts of security paving. Those demons driving those vehicles. The fake sun is right over me while they are group stalking using that commercial vehicle, crossing paths with the people, facilitating that ongoing threat to your life while they're monitoring. License 7WKA098 is capable of posing that threat. In addition, with Omnitrans, that is crossing path right now, driving northbound on the, driving northbound on the opposite side of Euclid Avenue. I do capture close-up images of what are those demons that are sitting in the security paving vehicle. What's nothing other than an identification of the people of the state. That logo, all right? And you're talking about what is federal prison for those who are justly held accountable for that ongoing unlawful threat, using that company, exposing that company to that civil and criminal prosecution. It is currently 7:45 a.m. in addition to just documenting the faces of those particular demons that are driving the vehicle, whatever it is that you have, but they're not avoiding it, federal prison. And you are talking about what is the ordinary target individuals. They don't need to know your name. The government is stalking you through the multiplicity of faces. It's the most malicious criminal system that you can conjure up. 030250Z1, and you will be going to federal prison. License 17928M2, 8HOZ792, License 92639W2 7UJF686. Burtech Waste Management Group stalking prolonged loitering on the north end side of Euclid Avenue. They are stalking in the path. It's not about emptying trash, and it's also an intent to engage in what is harassment. It is currently 7:46 a.m. Burtech Waste Management engaged in what is kidnapping. Also, as I specifically document and point these things out, demons are hostile and engaging the pattern of conduct more so. That's exactly what RIDA represents. That's terrorizing threat, ongoing harassment, speaking to demonstrating some level of being impervious, which is the ultimate threat posed to an American citizen while you're threatening their life with the government, and you'll go to federal prison for that. 6J67918. It's 7:46 a.m. License MACUB, license 1135085, that's Alabama, on Bonnie Plant's vehicle, that's a commercial vehicle. License 8KK V455 5EXF 045E, I can't really see that one. License, let's see, 7EHF 769. 7KYJ 574. Capturing video of the fake sun right here over me at 8th Street and Euclid Avenue, where I'm showing you the same Arco gasoline station. The fake sun is right over me, and I'm reminding you about yesterday where I remain at the Ontario Town Square. 5SNG 552. License NXG 1767. License 7V 00157. Where you see Delta Airlines fly right over me. Delta Airlines is flying right over me where the fake sun is as well. It is not over, and it is not at the same time over the intersection of 8th Street and Euclid Avenue. While you see that light source right where the entity is flying over me, that's how you know where the fake sun is, because that's the pattern. They are stalking in the path in engineered light under the fake sun, and doing so also while I'm documenting the people of the state. These demons that are stalking in the path at Arco at 193 South Euclid Avenue, LGLYBLD, AVQV 959, 7YTX 430, 38282F2, 5E77260, monitoring with demons such as the third party with 2 minor children in her vehicle while she's terrorizing and stalking me, exercising demon possession, threatening my life while she is monitoring and facilitating monitoring with the government and the people, and doing it under the fake sun that's over my head. This is all manner of a terrorizing threat that license plate MACUB is posing. All of these demons are monitoring with her, stalking at Arco. License 6KPG792. That is an unlawful threat. And again, this same third party, as I spoke to in a video, is the same demon that I've documented before, engaging in the P.O.C. while the state was keeping a fake sun over me as I would be on 1st Avenue behind Euclid Avenue. The state was keeping the fake sun there. This is already documented. I've documented this minion before, and she is literally demonstrating her demon possession while she is in possession of children, while she is engaging in that criminal conduct, which is terrorism. And speaking to what is the psychopath, that she is threatening the life of her children while she is monitoring an American citizen who is aware of it, who is documenting it, all right? And while she is also threatening my life, all right? She's presenting a danger to both, all right? While she's engaging in demonstrating before your eyes demon possession. License 7AWM737. And stalking and monitoring, understand the malice behind that, the wicked conduct behind that, the criminal activity. She's monitoring the documentation while she's engaging in the P.O.C. and facilitating the P.O.C. 1535619. That is bus number 1360. It is currently 7:55 a.m. and I did capture that video, the fake sun in Upland, California, in direct conflict with what is nature and science, both the fake sun remaining over the Ontario Town Square for hours after I walked nowhere north of Euclid Avenue, and also at the same time the next day where I remained at Ontario Town Square. Here it is over me at the intersection where the Arco is at 8th Street and Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. That is speaking to what is the prosecution of the people of the state, including third party with license plate MACUB. License 6PVJ671. Group stalking at Chevron. Terrorizing with directed light. This is the blackface minion. Okay, directed light underneath the Chevron hood, just like you saw before. I've captured many videos here at 9:49 in the morning. Today it's here at 7:56 a.m. and I showed you that terrorizing conduct while they were also harassing. License 8LYL784, 7GUA374. 1899837, I will be prosecuting the company Chevron is monitoring and terrorizing with the people while this directed light is moving all across the hood, just like I showed you in video the other day standing at the Arco. This is exactly what's ongoing, and that's the ongoing terrorizing threat by the demon possessed. All right, so I want to be clear. It is currently 7:57 a.m. and this by what is 6 PVJ 671. While they engage and understand, this is in no way diminishing what is going to be the prosecution of MALICIOUS. The entity listens to me hone in on one minion, and they'll engage in more terrorism as though it is speaking to, first of all, it's an admission because it is all of them. And I've already said that. You engage in more of it, I'm going to hone in, I'm going to prosecute MALICIOUS for that, because she's the same demon who has babies in her car engaging in this exact terrorism. You are also prosecuting the people of the state who are going to federal prison while you document, while they're monitoring your documentation. That's a specific act of harassment with which I will hold Chevron accountable for, okay? You're talking about what is the fake sun over me, directed light while they are stalking in the path? That's the P.O.C. Well, then they are also listening to me document, and all of those third parties engaging in that conduct. It's currently 7:58 a.m. Let me show you these demons. This license, I want to make sure I got this license plate. License plate of the third party at the Chevron. Let's see. That is license 1899837. Engaging in what is an ongoing show of directed light with the black-faced demon who is monitoring as well, engaging in this conduct intentionally while they're listening to me, which I'm going to prosecute. You're talking about the threat that she's posing to children while she's engaged in this very terrorizing conduct with the rest of these demons. It's not different. I'm going to prosecute her. I captured her on video. I've documented her before. She's engaging in using her children with regard to that pattern of conduct as well, and she is engaging in terrorism while I am documenting it. That's an impermissible threat. Okay, the fact that you are engaging in that pattern of conduct while you're monitoring the documentation, then you have this black-faced demon 6PVJ671 who is intentionally crossing paths and doing so while directed light is then ricocheting all underneath the hood of the Chevron gas at 7:59 a.m. Alrighty, that's audible activity of demons who are engaging in terrorism. That's license 8LYL784. That's the psychopath. That's the one that's going to federal prisons. They engage in harassment while you then document them, and I'm going to document you. I'm going to get a close-up of your mug because I'm going to prosecute you. They are engaging in directed light. They're group stalking at gas stall number 5. All right, they're the ones monitoring with the black-faced demon, directed light all over the roof, and then I'm going to hone in on your face, your ugly face, while you're engaging in that demonic conduct, and you engage in harassment 8LYL784, which is, again, remember, that's audible activity. Showing you the directed light on the ground, directed light all underneath the hood, and they're honking their horns as though, hey, why are you that's the psychopath. That's the psychopath while you're stalking, okay? 7HYA258. And I captured those demons that were engaging in that terrorism. You've got the male that gets in the back seat of her car, and you have the female that's driving the vehicle. And I captured those, that's again 8LYL784. Let me be clear, they're the same entity, the same demon-possessed entity, the same harassing entity as third-party MALICIOUS. So while they engage in that exposure, they're not helping MALICIOUS. She's going to be prosecuted as the terrorizing sex offender that she is while using and engaging in that conduct with babies in her car. She cares not about the safety of those children. You are engaging in terrorism while you are terrorizing one who is monitoring. You're a demon. And let me be clear, demons have babies all the time. This is a demon-possessed population. I'm not speaking, you can't stop them. You can't stop the reproductive acts of the demon-possessed, okay? But that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm speaking to understanding the danger that is posed by these who are out here and you don't know their condition. And you also, now you are aware of what is the pattern of conduct, the criminal conduct, which is relevant to their condition. All right. And it also is relevant to the threats that they pose in life in general of this condition while you're witnessing their criminal activity. The malice that MALICIOUS demonstrates, 82878C3. While she is, her babies are in back seats and booster seats, and she's terrorizing me, being a demon pacing in relevant position under the fake sun. The fake sun is speaking to the condition. The fake sun is speaking to the intentionality behind everything that is ongoing. Okay? It has to do with stalking with light in the path, a psychopath, a demon, engaging in that conduct, threatening my life and endangering her own little minionite children. 8RRW007 and MALICIOUS likes to engage in that. I documented her engaging in that before. While I am in an entirely different location, the state was keeping its fake sun not over Euclid Avenue, it was keeping it over First Avenue above my head through all those parking lots, over the back portion of what is the First United Methodist, that non-church. All right, while she was engaging in surveillance in that parking lot on that street, I documented her already. and the fake sun glaring over my head while she's monitoring in the same way, terrorizing and stalking. 4RHK520. And the terrorism and the demonic activity that they're engaging in at Chevron at 159 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California, under the fake sun, is attributed to that same third party. She is the same demon-possessed entity. She's doing so with children in her car, which is relevant to the ways in which she will be prosecuted. All right, it's currently 8:02 a.m. This is P.O.C. License 7GNN 729, 7TRC 433. 8ALJ 468, I believe. 7EZD 563. Burtech Waste Management Crossing Path again. This is license 8W62699. And it is 8:03 a.m. Touching with directed light while doing so. (6MTY 961). And do not be distracted by what I'm speaking to. That MALICIOUS, that's that third party license plate. That's a terrorist that has 2 minor children with whom she is engaging in terrorism on behalf of the government, taking time out of her day, endangering her own children while she's threatening the life of another, which is what is facilitation and surveillance by government is. That's exactly what it is. And doing so while also monitoring my documentation. It is not taking away from what you are looking at. First of all, the fake sun is over what is the intersection where I'm at. And remember that I did not leave from Ontario Town Square. I remained there yesterday, documenting the Ontario Police, everything that's occurring while you're looking at that ongoing impossible that's going to what is federal prison. And by the way, yesterday I had already documented what is not possibly the sun that remained over the Ontario Town Square. That is the impermissible threat. Okay, so while that is occurring, don't forget about what is the entity that's engaged in kidnapping. All of this is mixed in together. The entity that's engaged in kidnapping is crossing path and is represented by what is this demon engaging in monitoring with minor children in her car, license MALICIOUS. That is Burtech Waste Management. All that directed light, the fake sun over my head, this harassment, this pacing all around at the intersection with using their vehicles as another method of light. This is terrorism. It's communication of a threat by the entity together, the entity that also engaged in kidnapping. So you're not going to be, you are cognizant of all of the above. 7KV 0017. 7KV 0017. It's currently 8:05 a.m. and so I just want to make sure I am pointing that out because that remains central and directly relevant to what I'm documenting. This is the nature of group conduct. This is the government. I'm documenting the government via the criminal activity of MALICIOUS. It is criminal. You are understanding the crime of monitoring with communication devices. You are understanding the terrorism while it is entirely satanic, what the entity is doing while they're monitoring with communication devices on behalf of the government in violation of Title 18, SOCALP1. It's 8:06 a.m. (7HCN 693) SYCOCAT 7RVR 079 8YSP 558 5SSZ 563 8YNG 199 02457D3 6355R handicap 8EOH 757 8P10410 6H39541 7SAY 684 6EZR 790 BG76 P82, that's paper 8RDD 021 8XPG 676 8SFS 192 1258853, that's Upland Unified School District 7BRC 275 5NHV 593 7ZOF 7ZOF010 6SBM 161. It's 8:07 a.m. 7RVR 079 8FCW 213 7SNP 015 8VCF 222 8EWK 829, 5LZWO99, 8VYD 087, 8PDU 066, 02373L3, license 894L45, Nevada, 6NBH 412, 8DHP 446, 8353, I can't really see the rest of that one, 94210C3, and I think I already read that one, 8VCF 222, 83829D3, it is 8:08 a.m. Alrighty, and you're understanding again what is group stalking, and this is speaking to the paying attention to what is the criminal act and what is the terrorizing act. This criminal activity is demonic at its core. And the same license plate, the last license plate that I just read, this is a demon that's demonstrating it. This is an old white man. It appears to be Caucasian. He's got a large, light brown dog in the passenger side of his vehicle. This is just for purposes of identifying him. What he is doing is he is stalking in the path, and he is holding up his cell phone in the air while he's driving by me. He's driving by under the fake sun. He's an engineered light, directed light is all over the place. They're monitoring with communication devices, and that's why this demon is holding up his phone while he's driving by me. They're all doing the same thing. He's doing it in an obvious manner. They are all representing communication devices. This is the significance of third-party group stalker, MACUB, using her vehicle to go forward and reverse at the stoplight, which is creating a chain reaction, and all the third parties begin doing this, while you also have what is the directed light ricocheting all over the asphalt. This is ongoing engineered light that is moving around, while the demons are pacing all around, which is also light activity creation. They're all moving around in engineered light, and it is under what is the fake sun that's over me as I'm documenting, revealing that impossible environment of what is not the sun, and the engineered light that they are all in. This is the criminal conduct. You're maintaining presence, stalking, while you're monitoring with communication devices. And the ease with which the entity is engaging in that is the ease with which you will be federally prosecuted. The ease with which you want to continue engaging in that threat while you're then monitoring the targeted individual's documentation, you will be going to federal prison. All right, and so this is what I'm saying with regard to the government's use of the pure numerosity is in no way to be dismissed with regard to the intent to engage in what is the ongoing obstruction of justice. The targeted individual that's documenting is then confronted with the government, and this is a demon-possessed one. The entity that's stalking with helicopters, that's the government. The entity is demon-possessed. They pace around me in helicopters, flying around, in other words, amplifying that activity, flying over my head in circles, flying back and forth, using commercial airline planes. Understand, doing this repeatedly is going back and forth and back and forth. That's demonic. It is also terrorizing to stalk in that manner, period, under any circumstances. And you are doing so, it is not only with regard to what is criminal, it's monitoring. It is crossing paths in the same way that these demons are on the ground. All right, and so you're understanding what is the system that is very, very simple for masses of people to engage in who are stalking you, and outside of your knowledge, you're subject to the surveillance, which is entirely satanic, and you don't even know it. And once you become aware of it, the entity is then monitoring your documentation, monitoring and aware of the fact that you know that you're subject to surveillance. All right, and so you're talking about what is, well, not only then, you're talking about what is grounds of federal prison under existing federal law, but I'm speaking to what is this demonic system where you're subject to federal stalking by a demon-possessed entity. You're talking about what is federal prison. And by the numbers, it is a matter of justice, the government using the amount of people that it's using, the demon-possessed population that it is, that is in no way, in any way whatsoever, grounds to dismiss what is necessary as a matter of justice. And this is suffering the penalty of what is federal prison while you are threatening the lives of American citizens that you are criminally placing under surveillance with the government, with knowledge of the fact that you know that they are aware of the threat that you pose to them, and you intentionally in their face pose that threat. All right, and that is exacerbated as law enforcement engages in the posing of that threat. All right, it is exacerbated while the government is engaging in the posing of that threat with helicopters and airplanes over your head while you're being molested and terrorized, followed and surrounded with, and molested with directed light, engineered light, this unnatural light, this weird light that's all over the place that they're driving in. All right, so you're talking about what is engaging in that threat in your face, doing it while you are monitoring the documentation. As many as I have documented, you're talking about what is necessary, speaking to what is federal prison. All right, they are in violation of existing federal law. You're talking about what is just unfathomable, what has never been contemplated. What happens when it is an entire people that are in violation of existing federal law for interstate stalking and are doing so in the manner that is necessary with regard to the call of federal prison. All right, so I want to be clear. That is exactly where we're at, but you're talking about even beyond that because Title 18 does not address the terrorism underway by a government that's practicing a satanic targeting system while engaging in interstate stalking, which is directly relevant to the pattern of conduct. And it calls for what is federal prison, regardless of how many that you are documenting. This is the establishment of precedent. All right, and it is speaking to also necessity with regard to the pure criminal and malice that the demon possessed, the population that is no longer concealed, what they are demonstrating, what they are illustrating. This is a threat that they are posing. You go to federal prison for that threat. You're threatening on behalf of the government. All right, so you're engaging in what is entirely demented while you're threatening on behalf of the government, placing one under surveillance. You go to federal prison, even when you have thousands of those demon-possessed stalkers doing it on behalf of the government. All right, and that's not even addressing what is the government itself. You're talking about those to be held accountable. They're not hiding behind the anonymity, which there is no anonymity anymore. It's known what the pattern of conduct is. It's known who the government is doing it with. So you're talking about speaking to federal prison with regard to the government itself, the state of California, the public entity itself, and those who are, as a matter of justice, going to federal prison. All right, facilitating it. Those behind those decisions, flying around, stalking in helicopters, the law enforcement agencies, and all of it, they're not hiding. And this is necessary when the government is using, and I put this in air quotes, anonymity to engage in the pattern of conduct, because you don't know these people. They're engaging in surveilling you on behalf of an entity. And in the same way, you will use what is necessary as a matter of justice and place into federal prison those who are in the positions to make those decisions, to place one in a helicopter to engage in use of those resources. They know who they are. They know exactly what's going on. There is no ignorance and there is no legal argument with regard to that. It is the necessity with regard to honing in on what are the government's devices. The government is using the people. The government is using massive resources and hiding behind anonymity. That same system, as I'm showing you, as it is indiscriminate. These demons drive by, you see a scene out of hell, directed light all over the place. I captured it again this morning at the intersection of 8th Street and Euclid. It's the same thing. You literally need the company name, the logo, and you hold accountable those who are in those positions to hold accountable for that. And that is to the extent of what is federal prison. If you do not want your company name, if you do not want that commissioner, that commander, that chief operator, whoever that is that's in that position, they will be held accountable. And as a matter of justice, because this is what the government is doing through those companies, through the people. Hiding behind anonymity is no form. You will be snatched up and identified. Okay, so while you want to use a multiplicity of faces, you're going to reach through that group of multiplicity of faces, identifying them by whatever means you have, and they will be held accountable accordingly. And federal prison is necessary as a matter of justice. This is an entity that is engaging in that sort of conduct, and you're understanding what is the malice behind that. And so your response, the response to that as a matter of federal policy, is speaking to what is established. This is the P.O.C. It is indeed a P.O.C. And the government is doing it through the people. The government is using even company names. So how are you going to hold those who are identifying these companies, who are on the streets, engaging in ongoing obsessive stalking conduct on behalf of a government, when you're talking about what is a bigger picture with regard to the facilitation that continues to exist on behalf of that government? It is necessary as a matter of federal prison. All right? You're talking about what is suffering the ultimate penalty while you are engaging in the ultimate crime. And thinking that engaging in conduct that is demonstrating, first of all, communicating an impermissible threat. All right, while you're monitoring the documentation, that is also communicating that you are in some way impervious to being identified. No. Those that are in those positions of those companies, of the government itself, to be placed into federal prison, suffering the consequences for what the government is doing, and seeking to do it anonymously, if you will, anonymously by the multiplicity of faces. All right. In other words, the presumed inability to even identify who is flying that helicopter. What's the name of that demon that's flying the Delta Airlines plane? No. That's not going to be any defense, and it is necessary as a matter of justice. You will not be able to hide behind such anonymity. All right. You will identify those who are in those positions to make those decisions, aware of what is going on with the resources of the government, with the resources of any company, using their planes, using their vehicles. They will go to federal prison. Okay, so like I said, the entity is engaging in what is malicious at every turn, and I'm speaking to what is the intent to hide behind the multiplicity of faces, and then you're going beyond that. This is literally this is of Satan, and so you're talking about what are minions, having thousands and thousands, a demon-possessed population, in other words, and thinking that you can engage in what is gang conduct and that you're able to hide amongst the gang. And no, that's not what's going to happen. Federal group stalking and monitoring will be a system whereby the government is held accountable. Companies and institutions, organizations are held accountable based on what is a state system of surveillance. All right, so you are totally eliminating what is this use of anonymity to engage in terrorizing and sexual violence and stalking, interstate stalking. Okay, and so that is the importance behind what is the independently corroborating documentation, speaking to any company name that is engaging in the state's pattern of conduct. There's no exception. And then you're talking about what is some employee insisting on engaging in P.O.C. under, for example, some random company name. All right, that company is a means of identification. And you will reach into that company that is not hiding behind any anonymity, and you will be going to federal prison, one as a matter of justice that is held in a position to make such decisions. You are talking about what is taking it up with the government that's engaging in using the people, engaging in what is the intent to hide behind such anonymity. And that is entirely unjust with regard to what the American citizen that's subject to surveillance by the government. So in other words, it's 8:19 a.m. So let me show you the fake sun at the Upland Public Library. The same Upland Public Library where it's present over this parking lot at 4 o'clock in the evening, 5:12 in the evening. And by the way, over the Upland Public Library, whereas yesterday I remained at the Ontario Town Square on the property, which I captured in video after video. Okay, you're talking about what is not coexisting, remaining over the entirety of the street, which is running north and south, by the way. The light source, which is remaining perpetually present over all of the buildings at the same time on Euclid Avenue. That's not the case. This is following with the light source. This is speaking to the system that's in existence, the use of massive presence by a people who are engaging in stalking commercially. They are stalking using whatever they have at their resources, any business, any venue where you live. It is a means of presence on behalf of that state, and you will be documented accordingly. The entity engaging in what is this ongoing stalking, doing it not only on behalf of Satan itself, doing it on behalf of the government, which is operating a satanic targeting system, which is interstate stalking. All right, so you're talking about what is the pattern of conduct as I'm documenting it today, and the fake sun is at 8:20 a.m. I will show you this right now. I'm at the Upland Public Library, where I have been, all right, before 8:20. I've been standing here talking for excess of 5 minutes. This is P.O.C. I did capture video at 8:20 a.m. showing what is the fake sun over the Upland Public Library, which is a virtual impossibility with regard to the wealth of documentation that already exists. As I've isolated the P.O.C. to the Upland Public Library, the light source is already documented inside of this venue where I am, where direct light remains being aimed inside of that venue at 5:11 p.m. Capturing the fake sun over the venue at 8:20 a.m., speaking to what is a pattern of conduct of stalking with the fake sun, a scientific impossibility of it to be the sun. In addition to what you are also remembering, the fake sun remains at the Ontario Town Square, which I went through to thoroughly document in a plethora of videos, which I will be publishing today. And showing you what is the maintenance of, indeed, of that light source over my head, not just at the Ontario Town Square. The entity keeps the fake sun directly over my head. All right, and did that at the Ontario Town Square yesterday, and does so, remains for hours. I would never be able to capture the light source, not only over the Upland Public Library, but over my head at the Upland Public Library. It is 8:26 a.m. This is P.O.C. 7SNL 784 30206G1. This old white demon-possessed male. Group stalking, license plate 8G33219. It is 8:27 a.m. License plate DRMNCAM at third-party facilitating venue 948 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. It's 8:37 a.m. Garderoil crossing path, engaging in what is touching with directed light, 8VZY557. That's another third party. Garderoil is stalking and going ahead of me to the venue where it's engaged in bathroom monitoring, as I documented under the fake sun a few days ago. Garderoil is molesting with directed light. I took a picture of this. They're stalking the path and they're going to 100 East Foothill Boulevard, which is the same venue where they're engaging in bathroom monitoring with the people of the state. They're also molesting me with directed light while they are engaging in that conduct, and stalking by going ahead, maintaining presence in the path. And let me be clear, group stalking, you are engaging in what is group stalking while you are driving ahead of me, crossing path, touching with directed light, going also to what is a venue where you have engaged in sexually violating my person and violating my privacy, doing so under a company name, going to a venue where you've engaged in that conduct of violating me before, is stalking and going in anticipation of my arrival there. Also doing it while I go, for example, if I go to the 99 cent store across the street, 7ESM232. Garderoil is engaging in what is stalking, going ahead of me, group stalking ahead of pathing. That's a specific act of harassment. All right, it's currently 8:39 a.m. and Garderoil is at what is McDonald's at 100 East Foothill Boulevard, where the fake sun is remaining over me. And you are talking about what is the prosecution for what is engaging in that specific form of harassment, as you are documenting your own, as you are monitoring the own documentation, the documentation that is accumulated on you. And this is Garderoil engaging in that conduct and harassing me, touching me with directed light while you are stalking, going to the same venue where you violated me and my privacy inside of that private space, facilitating that sexual violence. It is currently 8:39 a.m. 8EGS 556 07888 N2 7SHU 456 4WGR 378. Capturing that minion that's driving the Garderoil vehicle, parked in relevant position, license 94880A1. 34511J2 is monitoring as well. This minion walks around to the opposite side of her vehicle, which is pacing with her communication device. She places it on her trunk. She immediately picks it up as I go to take a picture. She's wearing the hat. Alrighty, she's monitoring with Garderoil. I want to be clear, this minion, talking about University of LaVerne, they can barely get their accreditation. They are letting minions like this one, a sex offender who's a terrorist, a demon pacing around a vehicle, a sex offender frowning while she's looking to the truth be told about her. Let me get the fake sun over your car. And she's monitoring with Garderoil. Let me be clear, directed light while that demon drives by, moving across the McDonald's. The fake sun is directly over the McDonald's. It's 100 East Foothill Boulevard. This minion also monitoring while crossing path, a Latino male driving license 5MBC665. And again, that minion in that vehicle with the LaVerne license plate 34511J2 is now group stalking by just maintaining presence inside of the drive-thru. All of these sex offenders are monitoring together, waiting for me to pull my panties down. The fake sun is over the venue. License K009CO, license 8RYD496, license 4SZK381, 7SHU456, license BUZ7X79, that's paper. And let me show you the fake sun over them. This is exactly what they're doing. They are present to engage in sexually violent surveillance. That includes Garderoil, okay? Garderoil's not acting by themselves. And again, this one, talk about 34511J2, this minion who was monitoring documentation, she's responding to the documentation while she's frowning her face, talking about, now, yes, she is. The fake sun's over the McDonald's. She's monitoring me while my panties are down. She's a sex offender who went to LaVerne that can't even get accredited, all right? And LaVerne is nothing but nothing but an institution of minions. All of those wannabe lawyers are demon-possessed, stalking under the fake sun that would be over that law school, over the back of the library, of the Ovid Family Community Library while I was in there. Those minions engaging in what is harassment, engaging in what is interstate stalking while they are studying to practice law. They are unfit. There are so many angles of my documentation that is touching on public corruption and how you are addressing it. It's currently 8:43 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is bathroom monitoring at McDonald's at 100 East Foothill Boulevard. In Upland, California, where the fake sun yesterday is remaining over the Ontario Town Square while I'm documenting the conduct of what is the sex offender Garderoil, also is a sex offender because they're engaging in surveillance in the private space. It's 8:43 a.m. It is 8:44 a.m. Inside of the private space at McDonald's, you have what is the maintenance of presence inside of the private space. Alrighty, you have the people engaging in what is occupation of that private space, taking up the bathroom stall, the handicap size, which is the one that I typically go into with my carrier, you're stalking and engaging in that presence beforehand. Understand this is what Garderworld is doing, going to the venue. This is what the people of the state are doing on a larger scale, by the way. But I'm giving you a picture of what they're doing in the private space, occupation of the private space before I arrive in there. And this is the pattern of conduct while they are stalking in the bathroom. All right. That's a method of what is harassment while they're monitoring. And now you have minions patrolling in and out of the bathroom. This is crossing your path. This is P.O.C. It's 8:45 a.m.
No. I'm going to break it.
You want a little bit here?
Yeah.
Feedback.
I don't know. ¿Sabes ver chickmeaninas?
These are minions patrolling in and out of directed light, monitoring while I'm waiting outside of the bathroom. I just took a picture of the doorknob. The directed light is present. The doorknob has two shadows and possible light. You can see the engineered light. That's the purpose behind patrolling in and out of the bathroom. What you're hearing is a minion with a child engaging in monitoring, stalking in relevant position as well. It's 8:47 a.m. You see the African American female. She has a blue hoodie, ponytail, and light gray sweats. Entering in an Asian female with the Nike sweat top, patrolling into the bathroom in directed light. In directed light, sprawling inside of the restroom. Excuse me, inside of the McDonald's.
No water for Mom?
No.
It's 8:48 a.m. and the fake sign is above the McDonald's, by the way. Directed light that I just captured, directed light is occurring as I'm capturing the McDonald's employee who is monitoring with this third-party license plate, FSHN-TRP. In relevant position, monitoring with the minions who are patrolling in and out of the bathroom, and while directed light is flashing inside of the McDonald's. It's 8:48 a.m. and monitoring with the demon that's occupying the handicap stall inside of the bathroom while they're patrolling in and out of the bathroom. This is P.O.C. And this is what they're doing while I'm inside of the bathroom while my panties are down, monitoring. This is that demonic activity which is predatory, demented, and sexually motivated. FSHNTRP is that sex offender in position, monitoring with McDonald's. Touching with directed light while inside of the McDonald's restaurant. – 8:49 a.m. crossing path in directed light. That's the McDonald's employee. It's currently 8:50 a.m.
You have to get a little bit more big. Sit up, Nana.
Oh, And be clear, let me be clear. FSHN TRP fishing trip. This female who I captured a close-up image of monitoring with McDonald's, who approaches her vehicle in relevant position. This is bathroom monitoring under the guise of waiting for a meal and waiting for McDonald's to bring it to you at your car. This is group stalking. The fake sun is over the McDonald's, and while that demon drives off in the shade, directed light aiming inside of the restaurant. That's what I was speaking to. Okay, touching me with directed light with knowledge of the fact that I just documented. This is the reality of what the demon possessed are engaging in. This is the company that is McDonald's engaging in surveillance, engaging in what is harassment, the same exact P.O.C. So I just want to make sure I point that out. That was licensed FSHN TRP, and this is the conduct of the people. So I'm showing you the fake sun that's over the drive-through while they are lined up throughout the parking lot. That's maintenance for what is presence. They're surrounding. They are under the fake sun. This is terrorism. This is what they do. They surround. They follow. They are maintaining, also stalking in the bathroom. So while I'm sitting outside waiting, now you have what is ongoing traffic in and out of the bathroom. While I'm inside of the bathroom, they are doing the same thing through the drive-through. It's surrounding the venue. They are under what is a fake sun that is not maintaining presence over the Ontario Town Square and also over the building of the McDonald's, which, by the way, while it remained over the Ontario Town Square yesterday, I've already documented the fake sun over this McDonald's at 8:23 in the morning. Okay, it's directly over the venue at 8:49 in the morning. I documented this already. Okay, so you're talking about what is already established as the P.O.C. McDonald's is engaging in what is sexually violent, surveillance, and terrorism. And while they are monitoring my documentation, engaging in what is harassment and molestation with directed light, while these demon-possessed sex offenders, including children in the P.O.C., are engaging in what is terrorizing with this directed light inside of the venue. It is currently 8:52 a.m. And again, this is the McDonald's at 100 East Foothill Boulevard in Upland, California. Pacing in the parking lot as I change functions on my phone. These are demons, meaning one entering the parking lot, one driving toward the exit of the parking lot. That's pacing. They do it at the same time that I'm changing screens. They're stalking and monitoring. Demons know exactly what I'm doing on communication devices. While this demon is in the bathroom, maintaining presence, and you're doing the same thing as you were repeating the same conduct with a different face, that's the reality of demonic activity. This is a McDonald's employee. Exiting at 8:53 a.m. as you hear, engaging in sexual violence with the people of the state. Understand, she's representing the company that you're going to prosecute, representing the people of the state, engaging in facilitation on the grounds of the venue. It's 8:53 a.m. This is P.O.C. It is 8:58 a.m. You have what is literally a demon that's entering inside of the private space. It's also the state of California entering inside of the private space, stalking in the restroom. In directed light, this is the environment. This is ongoing facilitation of sexually violent surveillance at 8:58 a.m. This is P.O.C. at McDonald's. That's amplification. A.M. 9:05 a.m. That's amplification. The demon is in the bathroom, engaging in surveillance in the bathroom. And if I surmise correctly, I'm pretty sure this is a demon that works at the McDonald's. Walking jingling keys, which is audible activity in engineered light. Directed light is in the bathroom. And also with knowledge of the fact that I have pulled my panties up, making them no less of a sex offender, making them very much of a terrorist who is then invading the bathroom, monitoring on behalf of the government, and all of these demons together know exactly what I'm doing while I am doing it. Okay, and then entering into the private space to engage in even more hovering stalking activity. It's 9:06 a.m. That's amplified audible activity. Do you know guys, what time you guys stop selling breakfast?
10:30.
Oh, 10:30? Thank you. That's the employee, group stalking Latino female. Monitoring in the bathroom. This is McDonald's engaging in the pattern of conduct directly. McDonald's represents the people, but this is the company directly engaging in the pattern of conduct, which they are while the fake sun is over. Understand, they're engaging in the P.O.C. regardless. I am documenting the literal employees of the venue that are stalking in the bathroom, stalking with the people. It's called facilitation, which is what the entity is doing altogether. I will be suing and prosecuting the company McDonald's for engaging in sexually violating my person and my privacy. On behalf of the people of the state in concert with the state of California. It's 9:08 a.m. All right, bringing in underage minions to engage in the P.O.C. with McDonald's. That's a sex offender. And using them, they're in directed light, stalking in the path, entering the private space, engaging in the P.O.C. with the company, with the people, and that is documented. It's 9:09 a.m. This is the same thing Starbucks engaged in. This is what the people engage in, the people of the state themselves individually with their children. And this is documentation of what is sexual violence, invasion of privacy by the entity, and doing so in concert with those who are under the age of majority, who are of the same demon possession, by the way. I just want to be clear. But you're going to prosecute the criminal conduct and the sexually violent criminal conduct, including minors in that terrorism and surveillance. It's 9:09 a.m. at McDonald's. Excuse me, you guys mind? I need to use the sink, or are you going to stay in front of the sink? Yeah, thank you. It is 9:12 a.m. You guys hear that loud boom, boom, bang? Sounds like there's some kicking or beating of the walls. You hear that? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay, they're also, how old are you guys?
14.
14?
15.
15, yeah, pretty young. Engaging in what is surveillance with the state. These little demons are stalking with audible activity as well, using the hand dryer to stalk with audible activity. I want to note the youth engaging in the pattern of conduct, sounding like that someone's beating the doors and the walls while I'm in here, while they are maintaining presence and engineered light. Okay? Excuse me, you guys can go ahead. You left your top on the sink, by the way. So. Mm-hmm. That's audible activity while I'm walking out. Okay, that's P.O.C. I want to document, that's the people engaging in that sexual violence. Monitoring is 8EFJ962, 5TJX177, 8YJL908, 8ADB848, 1GAM938, 8SDR930, and it's 9:13 a.m. Alrighty, molestation with directed light while this minion is engaging in loitering outside of the bathroom, monitoring with minor children. So I want to make sure I point that out. Molesting with directed light while I'm standing inside of the venue of the McDonald's, okay? License plate. This is the one molesting, license 7ETA162. While they're driving in the parking lot, directed light flashing inside of the restaurant while I'm standing in the alley. And touching my person. And I took a picture of the third party that's sitting in the restaurant. They're monitoring together. All right, I captured what is, first of all, McDonald's is a McDonald's employee. Group stalking, walking toward the restroom. 6WXL780, 8LDR440. And while they are walking toward the restroom with the bucket, I want to be clear what I'm documenting while these 14 and 15-year-old group stalking, these are demon-possessed young girls, okay, engaging in demonic activity. And let me be clear, the sex offender that is indiscriminate to your age, this is demonic activity. This is prosecuting that demonic activity that is predatory by its nature. Engaging in ongoing surveillance out here. So let me capture this. This is paper plate BN05F13. License 7XEV950. Harassing, stalking, monitoring, engaging in sexually violent surveillance. 7RCD631. 4JHH620. See, this paper plate BN05 F13. Yeah, this is the minion that works at McDonald's sitting in that vehicle. License plate 5DCW353. Let me show you this old bag of bones. These sex offenders engaging in surveillance, they are monitoring. That's why the entity is creating loud booming and banging noises in the bathroom of McDonald's, which rearranging the furniture is not that is in no way any explanation for what is that sound. That sound as though you're on top of the bathroom, that you're banging through the walls inside of the bathroom. That's demonic. It's an amplified audible activity. Even if you could engage in some iteration of that demonic conduct in a way that's realistic, oh, that sounds like that might actually be occurring or plausible. It is activity creation in directed light. Understand that. They are engaging in surveillance, stalking in the parking lot of McDonald's, monitoring with communication devices while I'm being molested with directed light, including the minion that I see. You see her taking a bite. As though that's some form, she's going to take a bite of this prosecution, 7XEV950, more than she can handle. That's a demon. And she's a sex offender, being a sex offender with the 14 and 15-year-old girls who are maintaining presence on behalf of the government inside of that bathroom, while that amplified audible activity and demons are patrolling in and out of that venue, that private space, that has directed light in it as well. Okay? License 5CGD828. License plate JAC1987. License 7CTE345, 6UDM386, 8WOY355. License 4J68426. License 8RGR424. I think I read that one already. Yeah, I think I read these. 00652X2. There was an overweight Caucasian male. He walks out of the bathroom. He was engaged in loitering in relevant position. These minions can run all they want. I'm going to prosecute every single last one of them, and those that I've already documented. Commercial actors, the government itself that's engaging in this conduct on behalf of the people. These are demons who are stalking on behalf of the state. The entity that I document in Los Angeles, they are all being documented together as one for that ongoing perpetual sex offense. The people of the state, via this overweight white male who I captured patrolling out of the bathroom. He's engaged in surveillance, monitoring while this ongoing booming and banging is occurring. It's audible activity. While directed light is inside of that bathroom, while amplified audible activity is ongoing, and the entity is patrolling in and out, including engaging in sexual violence, which is what is surveillance inside of the private space. It's sexual violence. Everything that you are doing is a matter of published information amongst the demon-possessed entity that knows exactly what you're doing with your panties. They know the direction that you are focusing your eyes on, okay? This is demonic conduct. This is Satan, the reality of the knowledge of the demon-possessed, okay? And then those demons enter into the bathroom. You are going to be punished in the natural for what you are engaging in, which is of the demonic, and it's serving a criminal purpose. It is the most sexually violent conduct that a government can engage in, because it is inclusive of what is demonic knowledge that they maintain. And then again, that third party that is sitting there eating pancakes in the McDonald's while I'm being violated in the bathroom, that's the third party whose license plate I already recited. I'm being molested with directed light while I'm sitting there taking his picture because he's talking to me. I'm just documenting him while he's talking. License 1GAM938, that is P.O.C. License 8TBW959. So like I said, this overweight white male who's engaging in surveillance, this is the sexual violence as well. You have men that are engaging in what is knowledge of what you're doing in an adjacent room, which is the bathroom. They run into the men's restroom, or they stay in the men's restroom while you go in the women's restroom, which are very typically right in alignment, opposite sides of the wall. This is relevant positioning, monitoring with communication devices, while the entity engages in the noise in the bathroom, audible activity, while you are surrounded with engineered light, the directed light, the fake sun over the venue. And they are demons who know what you're doing. This is sexually violent surveillance. This is the P.O.C. And this is McDonald's acting in concert with the minions. Let me be clear. The demon-possessed of your neighborhood McDonald's. There is no exception to that. It's currently 9:21 a.m. I just wanted to go read license plates inside of that parking lot. They are sitting inside of the restaurant, maintaining presence, stalking, and doing so in what is directed light, and that's how you are understanding that status. Whether you work here, whether you're sitting here just being a stalker because you want to go sit at the nearest venue in order to engage in relevant positioning, it doesn't matter what the reason is for stalking on behalf of the government, by the way, that's the point. And you don't have any legal argument. The fake sun, the directed light, the amplified audible activity is what is controlling. This is P.O.C. It's 9:21 a.m. and ongoing harassment while I'm inside of the McDonald's at the fountain. Directed lights spewing across, and while I'm sitting in here, and while they're sitting in here eating hotcakes. This is why you don't have a legal argument. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, it is 9:22 a.m. 5TIX177. I already read it. I want to make sure I read it again. He's engaging in surveillance. He is touching, molesting, harassing with McDonald's, while directed light is touching all over me, flashing inside of the restaurant while I'm getting ice out the water fountain. Excuse me, not the water fountain, but the fountain drink area inside of the McDonald's. 1976483 852 KM. Let me be clear. As I remain at the Ontario Town Square, I would never be able to capture the light. This goes without saying. It's not over the McDonald's when it's over the Ontario Town Square, over my head at the Ontario Town Square. That's P.O.C. This is the impermissible threat, and this is speaking to the establishing of what is policy to deal with such a violent sex offender. 8XLR157, such a demented stalker. That is the government. That is the people of the state. OHITSJO. It's currently 9:23 a.m. And yeah, okay. Bye. It is currently 9:23 at McDonald's, and I'm going to give you video of this because there is no coexisting with remaining over the Ontario Town Square, which I have ample video. Not only during this time where I remain, the Ontario police are group stalking. The fake sun is over my head. There's no question about where I'm at and where that fake sun is at. It's directly probative to not only what I'm documenting, you're understanding what I'm telling you about these minions that are under the age of 18, that are, while you have the purpose of what is a fake sun, this is indeed the fake sun, you're understanding the purpose of what is the creation of noise in the bathroom. They're engaged in surveillance in that bathroom. While you are engaging in surveilling someone in a private space, as a government or even any weirdo, if a weird person placed a mechanism whereby you are invading privacy, hello, that's in existence. That is in violation of existing federal law. Okay, it is the invasion of privacy, using a mechanism where it is enhancing your ability to. The entity is engaging in what is amplification. It's demonic. Okay, you're talking about what is under a fake sun. That's demonic. That is what is occurring within what is directed light. That's demonic. These are demons who are engaging in what is the use of the demonic while they are engaging in the same criminal activity, invasion of privacy, and doing it as an entity. All of these demons know that my panties are down. They're intentionally maintaining presence under the venue of the McDonald's, including Garda World, who was patrolling around Upland Village in relevant positions, still monitoring me while my panties are down, okay? Knows that I documented their stalking and molestation as they were going to McDonald's ahead of me. Still monitoring while they go across the street. Let me point that out. So let me be clear. I'm going to capture this video right now. It's 9:25 a.m. 8YNA787 monitoring with the city of Upland. That's who you hear with that trailer on the back of their truck. That's the municipality engaging in stalking and terrorism. It's 9:25 a.m. Alrighty, I did document the light source that remains over the McDonald's at 100 East Foothill Boulevard. Omnitransit's crossing path, you see that on video. The weed whacker you hear, that's a McDonald's facilitating audible activity under the fake sun. License 8XHU798. They are all driving out of the drive-through with directed light. They're stalking in the path and engineered light. This is demonic activity occurring at your neighborhood McDonald's. Okay, it's a demon-possessed population. Directed light moving across the Bakers on the opposite side of the property. 8XCK887. That's P.O.C. 7WBA 878. Monitoring with the weed whacker. That's a means of audible activity. License plate. JZE539 79086J1. Golden Bear Towing, relevant positioning at the Bakers drive-thru, which is directly across from the McDonald's. 8HVW047. Golden Bear Towing is license plate 00789M2. Bathroom monitoring. Okay. They're in relevant position. The fake sun is remaining over me, directed lights surrounding me. It is facilitation for minions in relevant position at Bakers, including this one, 8AXT279. Alrighty, it is 9:31 a.m. and capturing what is the light source that remains over, capturing what is relevant positioning as the light source remains over me in the city of Upland. Walking around the McDonald's, the light source is no longer over the McDonald's. It is over me at the Bakers, and I'll take a picture of that. I'll show you. All right, so you're understanding what is the ongoing incremental movement, step by step. Not only is it not the sun that's nowhere near the Ontario Town Square, as I move from the property of the McDonald's, 4VKL643. As I move from the property of the McDonald's, the fake sun moves over me as well, okay? You are not maintaining ubiquitous presence as the sun over the Ontario Town Square, over, in other words, the whole city of Ontario, and northward up the street of to the city of Upland, over all the buildings at the same time. No, the light source remained over the Ontario Town Square. It is not simultaneously over the Bakers drive-thru, over the McDonald's drive-thru, over the intersection at Euclid and Foothill, over 948 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. It's not over maintaining presence all day long, which would be the case because that's how I'm able to capture it during 7:52 in the morning, and then also hours later at 11 o'clock. 8TFW172. This is not the actual sun that, again, that's not maintaining omnipresence, and it's also not maintaining omnipresence all day long. Okay? There is no such thing as omnipresence of the sun. There's no such thing as that. This is conduct that the entity is engaging in. You're showing what is blatant stalking, and it's demonic. So you're talking about this obsessive stalking. It's clearly shown and displayed. Well, all I have to do is I'll just get up at 6 o'clock in the morning one day, and I'll get up at 10 o'clock the next day, and I'll show you what is absolutely impossible. I will stay at one address all day long and watch and show you what is not the sun. Not possibly the sun. I will go to a different county and show you what is not the sun after I showed you what is remaining over me at one address, let alone up on one street all day long. Okay, so you're talking about what is indiscriminate criminal conduct and revealing that identity. Brightview license plate 45901L2. License 5RND839. These are all the ways in which you're seeing what is the environment that is demonic and the demon-possessed population that are engaging in interstate stalking. Martinez Reuter, license 56275C3, but I can't really see that one that clearly. And they are all engaging in what is monitoring with communication devices, just crossing path, driving around, stalking, working, living, walking, gardening, in engineered light. License plate 6ABU916, and intentionally so, knowingly so. This is why they engage in what is this pacing conduct, what you see MACUB engaging in. This is intentional conduct. The environment is entirely an impossible, scientific impossibility. You are talking about what is so impossible. You are not present with ignorance. 8UGK023, and the very conduct of the people of the state, stalking with audible activity, 34904K2. Making sure that even in the absence of light is maintained. That's why you're driving by in direct light, and doing so even in the shade, where it's supposed to be some reflection. Not when you're driving in the shade, but yet I'm still being touched with what is some ricocheting light. That's the demon possession. That's the stalking with light. All right, that's the harassment by the people who are demon possessed. 5UJF879. All right, so you're talking, this is in no way any ignorance with regard to the environment. The environment is surrounding. It's an ongoing facilitation of a massive surveillance system in the United States. And this is the reality of what is the demon possessed, who have, as yet, I guess, engaging in what is living amongst us, being told fables about the demon possessed as though it's some exception, it's some circumstance of some, perhaps some severe situation or background where no. Demon possession is very common. It's an entire population. It is occurring in what is a very specific environment, an environment that is entirely scientifically impossible. And you're talking about what is actually documenting it here is documenting what is going on in the rest of the country and the world. And that is because there's only one sun. Of course, this is the lie that we're told. This is clearly not the sun. The sun is not remaining on one street, remaining over one property all day, and then the next day, if I don't remain on that property, I wouldn't see it then, right? But it's not the sun, duh, but I'm showing you that ongoing inconsistency. The sun's not remaining over a property all day long. Rise until set, didn't move west anywhere, okay? Did not move westward anywhere, remained right over me at the address. Today I walk north, it's right over my head, remaining over me, and not to be found remaining over that property where it was all day long yesterday, which is not even something that the sun is actually going to do at all, ever. All right? The sun that we are told about, that is. All right? That's speaking to what is, again, speaking to so-called science, which everybody relies on. All right? You're relying on what these scientists tell you, on what these professionals are telling you. Many of them are puppets of Satan. It is not, with regard to what I'm showing, this is not something that is a mystery. This is something that is existing in plain sight, and you're talking about what was never to be questioned. All right? So you're talking about what is a matter of common sense, and it is instrumental, it is key to what is a demonic system of surveillance. All right? Keeping tabs on people. You're talking about accumulating a demon-possessed population. You're talking about a demon-possessed population that's existing in plain sight, and you are unaware of their condition, unaware of what is their criminal activity, unaware of what is their actual identity, which is on behalf of a government that's engaged in surveillance, under the fallacy of what is some free society in the U.S. That's the fallacy. That's the guise under which it exists. You think you're so free, and actually you're not free at all. Everything that you're doing, you don't have any privacy. It's a fallacy. And actually that fallacy is very key to your never suspecting the fact that you are subject to very hovering close and personal, surveillance by government that knows all of your, you don't have any privacy. It doesn't exist. That's not just the case with me, who happens to be documenting, and I'm aware of it. It's the case with you, whether you are a minion engaging in this demonic system on behalf of the government, or you are one who is subject to it and you don't even know that you are subject to it here in the United States. All right. And this environment, this demonic environment, this scientific impossibility is not that which is unknown by scientists. They know. All right. These are lies that you're told about. And this is speaking to what is conditioning. Okay, this is speaking to, let me be clear, a bigger picture with regard to what's important in life. And what is important in life? You're talking about this ongoing agenda, which is demonic, and a whole comprehensive scheme to have you thinking that life is one way, life is about one thing, and it's totally about another, and it is distracting what is understanding the ongoing grander scheme in life with regard to the people who are in your life, the condition that they are in, and the ongoing objective with regard to what is nothing other than evil. Okay, now this particular evil, it can be addressed because it's criminal. All right, so you're not talking about just sacrificing pigs on an altar in some weird corner that they want to call their own little church, or it's some no. This is the entity, a public entity that's engaging in the violation of constitutional rights, violating the constitutional rights of American citizens, and it also is satanic in every regard. So you're talking about what's directly relevant to the government's conduct, who has there's no freedom of religion with regard to the government exercising it, where it is criminal, and it is rooted in what is criminal with regard to the ways in which the government is surveilling you. All right, it's entirely demonic. This fake sun is demonic. You're understanding what is the presence of Satan itself through the environment. And yet you are told by the government, by politicians, by the people of the state who are demon-possessed themselves, telling you about things which they know to be false. Climate control, global warming. Okay, I'm not speaking about something that is unknown by everyone else around. I'm speaking on something that is known, that was never to be spoken on. All right, that was never to be questioned. I'm revealing that which is already known, but you're talking about me speaking on what is supposed to be maintained as a concealed existence, a concealed system. All right, and that's what obstruction of justice is all about. That's what kidnapping is about. That's what fictitious prosecutions and defamation are all about. All right, these minions know that this light source isn't the actual sun. These minions know the purpose of their moving all around in this engineered light. It's ongoing surveillance. They know that, and it's demonic. It's ritualistic stalking. Stalking by what are those that are of an identical condition. This is Satan. Satan is very, very real. Satan is on the radio. Satan's on your television. Satan's on reality TV. Satan's entertaining you, singing to you, rapping to you, giving you the news, giving you what's going on with regard to politics and with regard to COVID-19, with regard to any other social issues that you are paying attention to, that you're being conditioned by, telling you about what's causing what's happening in the world, as opposed to understanding that what's going on in the world is a deliberate conduct with regard to conditioning your mindset and your focus and what it is that you think that you are, in other words, steering you to make decisions with regard to what's going on in your life. And this is just the bigger picture. So with regard to the light source, as I capture it over McDonald's, it is not, the actual sun is not an ubiquitous, omnipresent object. That's not what the sun is. And I'm speaking literally about a fictitious notion, because showing this documentation, which is speaking to, okay, well, what we've learned about in science books about the sun and about the galaxy and whatnot, this is a lie. You're talking about what is impossible as I've documented it, and it's not just relevant to where I am. It's because of the nature of what is supposedly the sun. It's so exclusive. It's showing what's going on everywhere else. Okay, and so I want to be clear with regard to the entity engaging in the system and engaging in this level of deception. This is relevant to everyone. Not just with regard to the criminal system that we are subject to in the U.S. We're not different than these third world countries. We just call ourselves different in the same way that minions call themselves Christians, or criminals call themselves the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, that are crossing paths right now at 9:42 in the morning. You can call yourself whatever you want. You are based on what you do. That's what defines you, and that's the truth about you. All right. And so, like I said, you have the entity engaging in what is this pattern of conduct. And this is speaking to what is a massive system. While the light source is over me in Upland, California today at a specific address, 100 East Foothill Boulevard, and you see it's moving, it's no longer over the McDonald's building, it's directly over the Bakers. And where am I? It's relative to where I am. I have moved from the McDonald's property, walked behind the drive-thru to go to the next property, which is adjacent to it, Bakers. That is understanding the movement step by step of where I am and maintaining central presence over my head. That's exactly what's ongoing at what is the Ontario Town Square. It is impossible. The actual sun, this light source, which is actually a fallacy, you know. And so you're talking about. That's why I reveal it as what is a fake sun, because you're talking about what is breaking down the reality of what it is I'm documenting, what it is I'm exposing. We're told about things such as the sun and the moon. And the seasons and all of this. When you're revealing what is not possibly the sun, that is a fallacy. It's a farce. Okay? It is not real. It's not real with regard to, because, and I'm saying this because it is not the case that there is an actual sun as we learned about it in science class, and then there's just this fake sun that's over me. Because this is indeed not the actual sun. So you're saying that so necessarily I am not of the position that there's some other light source that's the actual sun somewhere else. But it's just, I happen to be capturing and documenting what is not a fake sun that is exclusive to, I don't think so. I think this is speaking to what is revealing what's going on in the world. This is a light source that is not the actual sun. It is exclusive, and in that regard, it's so exclusive because there is only one sun, supposedly. It is revealing what's going on in the rest of the world. Because you have what are sunny days, you have what are light objects that appear as what's supposed to be the sun when you're not questioning, when you're ignorant about what is this documentation, and you're talking about what is the ongoing maintenance of presence in the sky space of what is necessarily more than one sun. What is hovering above them in Memphis, Tennessee? I mean, and it's a hovering light source. It's hovering, it's right over them. That's not the sun. There's only one. And the light source documented yesterday remained over the Ontario Town Square all day long. That didn't even cross the county line. It didn't even cross the street. Okay? It remained, did not migrate west whatsoever. It remained over me. You're talking about what is changing the color from deep orange to lighter yellow as though it's rising in its setting. And then engaging in what is incremental movement from one side of the same street to the opposite side of the same street from the beginning of the day to the end of the day, while I stayed at the same property from the beginning of the day until the end of the day. And that street that I walked up from the museum to the Ontario Town Square is in the direction north. So you're talking about being on what is the east side of Euclid Avenue in the morning and being on the west side of Euclid Avenue in the evening. From the hours of what is 7:49 a.m. as a matter of video documentation until after 5 p.m. That's not the sun. And also you're talking about what is not movement over any other that light source is not only not the sun, it's not present over any other state, over any other county at the same time. That is conduct that would necessarily suggest that the light source is omnipresent over everyone at the same time, visible to everyone, central over their head everywhere that they are, and that's not the case either. The actual sun is not even, that's not the definition of the sun, and that is not the case with regard to the sun. That's an impossibility, and that's not the case. You have people that live in Northern California and so I'm just giving you an example. You are not maintaining central presence over everyone's head in Northern California at the same time you're maintaining central presence over my head with this light source. In addition, nobody in Northern California, nobody even in what is Los Angeles would have a light source in the sky, are seeing it because it stayed over the Ontario Town Square yesterday, over the property. And so this is the conclusions based on that evidence that I'm documenting. And I am not of the position that there is the actual sun that we learned about in science books, and then there's just this light source that is clearly not the sun, that there's another one. I'm not of that position. This is revealing what is fables that we're told about the environment, fables that we're told about our society, our country, our history. All right, 8VMD618. How many of these minions are engaging in state surveillance, and they're going around wearing veterans, bearing flags on their cars, engaging in the most un-American and unconstitutional and egregiously criminal conduct. All right, so there are so many implications with that, and so What I'm speaking of, though, is not a matter of opinion. That's a matter of published documentation. That is a fact. The light source, which is not possibly the sun, that is a fact that that's not the sun. And it's impossible that it's maintaining presence over everyone at the same time, which is what you are necessarily suggesting if you're trying to posit that that's the sun, that I documented remaining over the property all day long in Ontario, over the Ontario Town Square. That's an impossibility, and that's fact. So with regard to what is the coexistence of the actual sun, in addition to what is this light source that's clearly not the sun, I am not one of that position. This is speaking to what is revealing an entire comprehensive system of corruption and breaking down what are fables that we are told, okay? That's why the state is stalking by helicopter, all right? And you have the United States Postal Service, the federal government monitoring together. All right, that's the fat black female. She's monitoring with the state that's flying over my head by helicopter. And you're talking about what is going to federal prison for that. I don't have to see the person or know their name of that demon that's engaging in that act of terrorism that wants to deter me from speaking about what I'm speaking about right now. And it's not. The United States Postal Service is engaging in that act of terrorism, intentionally doing so while the entity flies over my head, while a fake sun is over my head in the city of Upland, which is, as a matter of fact, impossible to coexist with what is keeping a fake sun over the Ontario Town Square all day long, which is exactly what the entity did. All right, so you're talking about the government actors, they're going to federal prison. They are engaging in what is a comprehensive system, and you have been lied to about many, many things, and it does include COVID-19. You have what is an ongoing attempt to control the narrative, and that's why you have third parties telling you you're not allowed to speak about COVID-19, you're not allowed to disagree with the government, and that is based on the presupposition that the government is even telling the truth. All right, that's unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional for third parties to do that as well. Let me be clear, because it's an entity. So you're understanding the P.O.C. They are acting on behalf of the state, but they're doing it under the guise of, again, the ignorance of that P.O.C. that even exists. But when you're actually understanding what's going on, those are third parties on the venue of the internet acting on behalf of the state, censoring your speech. They're not acting as individuals. They're third parties. It's facilitation. All right? You're talking about you're being lied to about everything. You're being lied to. And so you want to engage in, while I'm speaking the truth, you have the entity engaging in terrorism, flying over my head by helicopter, and the United States Postal Service engaging in terrorism, crossing paths, while a fake sun is over my head. And this demon with license 6VSY653, who is driving by to engage in stalking, is honking as though I am in their way while they are here because of me. They're stalking. All right. So like I said, that is the absurdity of that entire system. And it is not the case that, and it is unreasonable to even posit when I am showing you what is clearly not the sun. And let me be clear, what you're listening to in the background, the fact that you hear the state flying over, it's not just what demons are doing the moment that they do it, okay? The entity is engaging in that act of terrorism for which it's going to federal prison. That's the government. They're going to federal prison. You're going to reach down, and actual people are going to federal prison for that criminal act, which is an ongoing pattern. They're not hiding behind any anonymity. And it's happening at that moment that you heard it, because I am speaking the truth to you about what is, first of all, not the actual sun, and actually the non-existence about that light source, that the existence of that, the very notion that's called the sun. Because it is not the case, and it is highly unlikely where you're talking about documenting that which is a fake sun over me, where I happen to be in Southern California, and then in some other portion of the world, the actual sun that we read about, we studied about, that we learned about in science books actually exists somewhere else. I find that to be implausible. Okay, so that's not my concern, because I have documented, as a matter of fact, what is not possibly the sun, and that's fact. Okay, and that is backed up by what is even scientifically reliable and valid documentation. Okay, all I did was capture it on video for you and anyone in the world to witness. And it is also relevant to you. And why? Because there's only one sun, so we have been told. I am of the position, having documented this and witnessing this, and I'm also aware of what is the root. This is demonic. You're talking about what is being made aware of. What are the devices of Satan to deceive you? Satan is very real. Satan's present through the environment. Satan's present through people. Okay, and so you are talking about what is an ongoing, comprehensive, massive effort to deceive you, so that in order that you may not know, Satan is present through the environment, controlling the very weather that you are experiencing every day. But then you have on the news talking about, oh, this is what the weather's going to be, the sunrise and the sunset at this time. It's an ongoing fallacy. All right, you've been conditioned. And that conditioning is relevant to maintaining your ignorance about what surrounds you and what is very, very real. Demon possession, demonic activity, the presence of Satan. And that is relevant because criminal surveillance is underway in the United States. In the U.S., that's a crime. And it's even a more egregious crime while the government itself is doing it. And it is unprecedented and never contemplated under federal law, which is not a coincidence because it's the government, but it's never contemplated while the government is doing it through a demon-possessed population. Again, you're ignorant to what's going on around you, and you don't know the condition of those that surround you. It's under the fallacy of free society. These people aren't concerned about getting to work. They're not concerned about doing their job wherever it is that you're at. That fake sun, that engineered light, the stalking conduct by the state that you just heard again directly rebuts that. They are concerned about me, everything that I'm saying, what I am doing as I am doing it. It is not just what the demons are doing. It's what at the moment that they do it. I am speaking the truth to you, and I don't need a verification, but I'm letting you know. You pay attention. Pay attention to what I'm telling you. You hear the entity flying over my head by helicopter. You know why? Because I'm telling you the truth right now. That's why. Okay? And want to be a distraction. You cannot distract me. You're also not detracting from what is they're going to federal prison for that. And I'm going to continue with my point. There is no coexistence of the actual sun that we have read about in science books and then this fake sun. That's not the case. It doesn't exist. That's the reality. That's the bottom line. It does not exist. So that is a lot to wrap your mind around, I suppose. But you need to get to wrapping your mind around it because this is the reality. Okay? And you're talking about what are the end times. You've heard this before. You've been and people are, oh, you've been saying that forever. Guess what? It is the end times. Satan is real. Satan is right hovering above you. Doesn't want you to know it. Satan is right in your face, in your family. You're probably dating them, going to school, sitting by them in school, in the classrooms. All right? Looking at them while they're pushing strollers around and stalking you. MACUB is stalking me. While she is en route to whatever venue, she is using that, and while doing so, not focused on her children and the safety of her children, threatening both their safety and threatening my life, for which I will prosecute her while she is in custody of those children doing so. Okay? This is what the government, this is what the people of the state are doing on a constant basis. Demons are preoccupied with what is that demonic agenda. They're not focused on where they're going. Let me tell you something. This is a fallacy of some free society and some capital. They're not concerned about that. Do you understand? Satan has demons in position. Those who are rich, they are puppets. Okay, I'm not saying everybody that's rich is evil, but what I'm saying, generally speaking, you're talking about those who are rich. These are demons who are positioned to exercise influence. They serve Satan, and they are rewarded in the natural. Satan is present in the environment. Satan is present working in whatever field that you are. Okay, I'm in the legal field. All right, you're talking about what is harassment and the P.O.C. that I'm subject to while I'm in college, while I'm in law school, okay? And I still graduated, I still accomplished my goals, but I was subject to this harassment by the people of the state who were my professors, who were my colleagues that I worked with, who were my students that I was sitting in class with, okay? And guess what? The pattern of conduct the entire time, demonic activity. This is what the preoccupation, it's not about them focusing, they're not focused on getting their education like I was, they were stalking. This is Satan at work. All right, now it is those that are genuinely ignorant. You're talking about what is perhaps hard for you to wrap your mind around, because I know prior to my knowledge about this, I was, because I am a person that was really minding my business, going about my life. I'm not concerned about the next person. And that's some weird stalker stuff, okay? But that is not the case. The demon-possessed are distracting, especially in the U.S., distracting. Oh, you know, I'm about to go get this money. I'm concerned about getting this money, and that's the whole focus of no, their whole focus is serving Satan. Satan is concerned with having as many souls as possible. The demon-possessed are in this environment, placing you under surveillance, very focused and honed in and concerned with what it is that you are doing in your life, as you are not of that condition, as you are not a servant of Satan. Very concerned about you, what you're doing in your life, what you're doing, what your desires are, what your focus is. This is the consumption with those who are not of that condition, demon-possessed, those who do not belong to Satan, those who are not damned to the pit of hell. Very concerned about you. And that is, let me tell you, that you're very, very important in ways that you have not fathomed. The government knows about you, okay? You are a threat in that regard as well. Okay, you can't control my mouthpiece. I will never serve Satan. Never. Ever. Okay? So you're talking about you can't control me by stealing my property. I'll prosecute you for it. You can't control me by kidnapping. I'm going to put you in federal prison. Okay? And I'm going to prosecute and create legislation to deal with such criminal conduct by demons. Oh, there's a whole body of legislation that's going to surround that. Terrorism and that federal stalking. You're going to federal prison for that. And you are going for a very long time. A very long time. So, like I said, the entity is engaging in what is distracting you with what is the concern, which, I mean, again, me personally, I actually was going about my business, going to college, going to law school, and unaware of the fact that the entirety of a government was focused on me. Okay, and so, yes, that is quite an accomplishment while I was faced with what is harassment and targeting by those that I went to school with, by those that I work with. It is not a coincidence where you are talking about this P.O.C. Those who are wealthy, those who are quote unquote accomplished. It is the, let me be clear, positioning. It is positioning. Very many puppets of Satan, okay? Lying to you about the very galaxy, about the environment, okay? Lying to you about what is going on with regard to our society and social issues and about issues such as COVID-19, you know, whatever side that you are on with that. Let me be clear, controlling the narrative. And this is, I'm just getting to what is the bigger picture. Now, while you have the entity, and that is the entity, on the venue of the internet, on television, let me be clear, you're looking at them, they're censoring Whoopi Goldberg because she's talking about Jewish people. You are being conditioned. You know what the message is to you, the subliminal message is? Get ready. Get ready, because if Whoopi Goldberg can't say what she wants to say, what she thinks, you can't either. They're doing it to Whoopi Goldberg. Oh my gosh, they're going to do it to you too. That's conditioning. It's conditioning. And actually, I mean, it is actually completely, it is crazy, because you're talking about what is something that is, I mean, you can have whatever opinion you want about it. She's voicing her opinion. She's on a talk show where that's the point of what they're doing, is voicing an opinion. And I'm not on any side. I don't care what Whoopi Goldberg is talking about. My example of bringing this up is a matter of what is censoring your freedom of speech. We are supposedly in the United States. That's my whole point. I don't care about what Whoopi Goldberg was actually talking about, the substance of her comments. Okay, you're talking about, oh my gosh, I'm offended, so we're going to remove her, suspend her from the ability to freely express her opinion on this show for X and X amount of times. That is a method of what is censoring freedom of speech. It is a method of what is conditioning. This is occurring in the United States. This is not the only form that it is taking. They're doing so on what are supposedly celebrities who are claiming to be, adverse to the machine, if you will. They're supposedly rebels. They're supposedly those who aren't, hindered of their... Let me tell you something. These are minions that are positioned. They are under the same fake sun. They are speaking on behalf. They are in position to appear as though that they are suffering the same violations as you, who are not demon possessed, who are not of these, the people of the state, subject to or puppets of Satan, engaging in this conduct, the creation of a narrative that is not only instrumental in this country, it's instrumental in the world. All right. Now, so like I said, I'm going to digress from this because my focus is on the pattern of conduct, the prosecution for that criminal activity. And what I'm speaking about is not irrelevant to it. It's directly relevant to it. But like I said, this is something that this is for the one who has ears to hear and eyes to see. OK, and so you're talking about what is the times that we are in. You are talking about what are the army of Satan. OK, and guess what? As many as there are, thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands, with one foul swoop, I will take every single last one of their heads off. OK, it does not matter. Satan is nothing to fear. Satan has all these minions because it is so inferior. All of these thousands of minions are focused on me, hence inferiority. OK, so let me break that down for you. So second of all, my point is the P.O.C. You're talking about you can go up as high up to the on the government ladder, whatever you think is fearful to you with regard to some government actor and that they're so powerful. I will prosecute them. They will go to federal prison the same. It does not matter. First of all, demonic activity, what you need to understand, there is no respecter of persons with regard to understanding demon possession. I've shown you what is the formula. This is no actual sun. And it is not the case that there is the actual sun that we've read about in science books that coexists with this second sun, if you will. It's not the case. It's an ongoing, grandiose lie, okay? And that's what my documentation reveals. And you are directly informed with regard to what is surrounding you because it's not the sun that's over you either. You can look at my documentation from yesterday, March 6, 2022. You know that that's not the sun that's over you, whatever state that you're in, wherever you are at, whatever county it was, you remain in California. That's not the sun that's over you. It remained over one property all day long. That's not the sun. All right. And so, like I said, this is demonic. And I am speaking to what is legislation to surround a demon-possessed population, which is a very real concern. It's a matter of public corruption in the state of California, and it is a matter of federal law. The infected government, the infected people, is that which you will never be able to seek redress with regard to enforcing your constitutional rights. This is what is necessary with regard to what is that federal policy. This is the ability to place in their proper cages the government that's engaging in threatening and surveilling you, and then wants to engage in what is obstruction of justice. You go to federal prison for that. All right. And that's exactly what they are demonstrating this morning. And it is, you are not hiding behind any anonymity. The government that flew over my head is doing so with the United States Postal Service, which represents the federal government engaging in terrorism, specifically so while they're listening to me tell you the truth about what is the fallacy of the sun that we have been told about. It doesn't exist. That's the significance of my documentation. It's called the sun. You're told about what the sun does. You're told about what are theories about the sun's changing conduct. No. That's all a lie. And they know it's a lie. All right. And you are looking at what is documentation that is direct evidence. Direct. You can't, only thing that you can do is just dismiss it and act like my documentation doesn't exist. That's all you can do, because you cannot address it squarely. That is direct evidence of what is not possibly the sun, as it remains over one property in one city, in one county, all right, in one state, over my head, in alignment with me. That's how exclusive it is. From the place that I woke up to the place that I remained after 5 p.m. Got up even earlier. Where do you see in alignment with me at 6:30 in the morning? Right there in alignment with me. Okay, that's not the sun. It's not possibly the sun. There is nothing, there are no, these narratives of global warming, climate change, they are based on your ignorance with regard to what is the pattern of conduct by an entity, a demon-possessed one, that is engaging in massive surveillance. This massive surveillance, it is criminal, but this is relevant to what is literally the very severe and demented and terrorizing interest that Satan itself, Satan that's present in the environment, Satan that's present through a people, that people includes the government actors that are of this condition, servants, puppets of Satan, that are very interested in you as you are not subservient to Satan. Okay, and so this is why you are the other. This is why you are the exception. And this is why you are subject to that surveillance system. All right. So you're talking about what is that criminal activity by a demon-possessed population. And that is relevant to what I'm talking about, what the entity is doing with regard to censoring freedom of speech and doing so under the guise of it's some company name. Oh, it's Google. No, actually, Google is a third party. Okay, you're talking about what is a state system of surveillance. When you're looking at the big picture, you're seeing how the government is accomplishing its goals through what is on the surface appearing to be an outsider. It's not an outsider. They're not outsiders. And I'm just using Google as an example. All right. But like I said, you have the entity engaging in this pattern of conduct. This pattern of conduct is a template. All right. You are able to apply. You know what a template is. You can apply a template to a different circumstance, and you've got the same structure. Okay. So like I said, it's currently 10:06 a.m. The fake sun remains over the Upland Public Library. This was the case before I documented the fake sun remaining over the Ontario Town Square all day long yesterday. This is what is understanding the impermissible threat. This is speaking to what is the ongoing demonic conduct and terrorism, while the entity engages in what is playing hide and seek with directed light that remains inside of the Upland Public Library. Okay. What is occurring with regard to the directed light inside of the Upland Public Library? Oh, that's supposed to be occurring under the guise of what is the sun that's over the roof, that's visible through the windows all day long, remaining cycling inside of that venue. It is not changing while the entity is engaging in concealing the presence of that engineered light. It's not going anywhere, as does the fake sun. It does not go anywhere. And by the way, while the fake sun's remaining over my head, it's directly above me, which you see clearly. It's not over the Upland Public Library. There is no, in other words, there is no forum for what is this engineered light. This is terrorism inside of a venue. I'm letting you know what the entity has been engaging in. The more that I'm documenting, you're understanding what is that bigger picture, what the entity is doing. Stalking with light. Stalking and engineered light. These are demons that fill the venue of the Upland Public Library. They are pacing around in the same way as I'm walking outside and the fake sun remains over me, and they're driving around, walking around in engineered light. It's the same P.O.C. indoors. Okay, and like I said, as the fake sun is over the Ontario Town Square, it is not over any roof of the Upland Public Library. That's not coexisting. That's an impossibility. And then you're recalling what is the entity engaging in, acting as though there's no sun over the building, such that there's that's form. And actually, there is no legally relevant form. There's no form. It's a ceaseless P.O.C. by government. This is a demon-possessed entity. This is a criminal, the most egregious and threatening criminal, the government itself, engaging in obstruction of justice. This is the grounds of federal prison while you're monitoring the documentation. You can cover it up with clouds. You can cover it up and conceal the directed light that is already documented inside of that venue. There is no form for that. It is the understanding and the recognition of what is the system of surveillance that sought to maintain inconspicuous presence, all right? The ongoing inconspicuous operation, excuse me. I want to document what is Gentry Brothers. This is the demonic pattern of stalking in the path with light using this commercial vehicle. The fake sun is over the Upland Public Library. There is no construction. There's nothing that they're engaging in that is any form. The ongoing P.O.C. is underway, and using this light activity as a method of maintenance of light in the path under the fake sun that is today over the Upland Public Library, and a grand departure from what is remaining. It's not even coexisting with being in the vantage point relative to being anywhere directly over my head, as I am at what is the Ontario Town Square. This is Gentry Brothers Incorporated, license number 397682, California 56204. Creating light activity. This is the demonic pattern of stalking in the path with light. And this is the malicious system that the people of the state engage in. They'll use company vehicles while they're doing the exact same thing. License 91570N2. And while I'm over here, let me get some more license plates. 8R26974, 16033, 22, CLD 4320, that's Arizona. 8WHA 862, 6RUL 280, 6MNF 244, 7CJA 733, 7YOF 006, 8UDZ 641, I believe, 8SYB 201, 6SYA 506. And so back to what I was stating, the light sources I showed you on Saturday. And I was speaking to this particular minion who was carrying his little laptop suitcase. He engages in what is routine surveillance on a daily basis, sitting at the desk partition in relevant position to where I'm. Well, you're in relevant position to my location inside of the library. All right, period. But sits at the desk partitions, and the entity aims substantial directed light on that desk as he sits there, which is what the rest of them are doing as well. They're all pacing around in direct light. But this particular one is crossing path in this video while the state is keeping the fake sun over my head and covering it up with clouds. It's still equally a fake sun that is over my head at the Upland Public Library. And then the next day it remains over the Ontario Town Square. And then the next day as I come to the Upland Public Library, it's right here over again, at which I captured. It's not occurring at the same time. This is stalking with a light source. That's not possibly the sun. But like I said, while I'm documenting on this day, and you were talking about what is the appearance and the disappearance of what is not sunlight, it's directed light. Okay, so when you were understanding what is, first of all, the fallacy of the sun, the notion of that star that we've been told about, it's a lie, that doesn't exist. And then you're witnessing, take a step back and think about what that is. First of all, this is demonic. And while you are aware, this is what the demon possessed, this is Satan itself, aware that I'm capturing the P.O.C., you're talking about what is manifesting the presence of direct light on the grounds, all over in the walls, and then causing it to disappear. That is absolutely demonic. This is the reality of what they're engaging in. And let me be clear, the people of the state are relying on this supernatural conduct while they engage in the P.O.C. This is the terrorism by the people. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. They don't even have to say anything. You're talking about Satan itself, which is causing directed light to appear and disappear. I will prosecute you and put you in federal prison. Okay? That's terrorizing. This is what Satan is doing. And so, like I said, you are recalling what is that conduct that I documented on Saturday. The fake sun was here. It's not a matter of clouds. You're talking about what is real-time exercise of control over the environment. It has nothing to do with some climate control or even the time of year. We've been told about these seasons. We've been told about these things. Okay, the documentation directly rebuts that. It is impossible. All of that is a lie in the face of documentation. Okay, so you're talking about what it is that you're told about a galaxy that you've never seen versus what your own eyes are looking at. I can't make it up. I can't put a light source over my head. I can't make it stay there all day long. I can't make it stay over I can't do none of that. It's so incredible. I had to document it, and you need to know about it. And it is serving a criminal system. So while the entity was engaging in that hide and seek with that directed light, you remember that. I've already documented it. I said it on that day. I've already documented this. You remember that because I'm prosecuting the people for that. Understand, this demonic system, who's suffering the consequences for that criminal conduct? Satan itself, who's present through people. Those minions are going to be prosecuted for that ongoing terrorism. That directed light didn't go anywhere. It remained right there all day long. The entity kept the fake sun all day long, engaging in what is conduct that is entirely supernatural, the appearance of directed light. That is the ability to engage in and or refrain from that ongoing stalking with directed light while you're driving by, something never happening under the actual sun anyway. Sunlight isn't ricocheting like that, moving up to the top of it. It's absolutely, and they're providing their own demise. You're going to federal prison. Period. Straight up. All right. So like I said, while the entity is engaging in that, you remember that. It's already documented, but don't forget what I just showed you and what I told you. And so you have what is on another day, the short-sighted, the very short memory of Satan itself. It doesn't change what I just documented the other day. Today, it's in its zenith over me in the city of Upland, not coexisting with remaining over my head at the Ontario Town Square, which also, while I'm at the Ontario Town Square, I'm reminding you about the same time when I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library, during the time when I'm in the at the Pomona Regional Trent. This is not coexisting at the same time. The actual, the lie that we've been told about the actual sun is not an object that we were told, and it is, by definition, is not one that is omnipresent over everyone at the same time, everywhere that we're at. That is not the case as well. You have what is engaging in what is conduct in direct conflict with what you just did yesterday, in direct conflict with what you just did the day before yesterday, in conflict with what you just did the day before that day. Okay, so the entity is engaging in what is placing directed light inside of the venue, which is always the case. So when you're looking at what is the appearance and the disappearance, it is not a cloudy day. You're witnessing demonic activity. That is terrorism. The people of the state prosecuted for that. Okay, it is currently 10:14 a.m. This is P.O.C. at Upland Public Library, where the fake sun is over the venue, just as I showed you. Ongoing surveillance is underway. All right, I did just capture a video, approximately 3:04 p.m. This is documentation of what is federal stalking by the entity inside of the private space. This is the state, the people of the state that are sex offenders, engaging in what is predatory surveillance conduct while they're monitoring with communication devices. And this is ongoing while the light source itself, just isolating it to in other words, you could forget about what I documented yesterday at Ontario Town Square, which is an impossibility in and of itself. The light source is remaining over the Upland Public Library as of 3 o'clock. I captured the fake sun over the building at 8:22 in the morning. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's point number one. Number two, it's over the roof of the building, whereas yesterday, 24 hours ago, I was not even nowhere north up Euclid Avenue. I did not advance anymore beyond the Ontario Town Square, and I remained at that property. And the light source remains over me at that property. And so I'm documenting while I'm here what is surveillance that I remain subject to inside of the private space, while demons who know when your panties are up and down, know when you're pulling them up and down, and maintaining intentional presence and engineered light for that criminal system of surveillance on behalf of a government, while I'm also showing you that light source. What are the other commentary that I'm adding, which I'm reminding you of, is not only the excess of what is, again, an entire day, while demons are unpersuasively staring at books, holding pencils and reading magazines, and bringing their children around to loiter in relevant position with communication devices and engineered light. You have what is the entity that is the same demons who you witness day in and day out molesting with directed light. These are the ones sitting in here acting like they're doing something else. Thank you. You want to get it? Okay. These are the demons that are acting like they're focused on reading or working or whatever that they're doing. They're doing it, first of all, under the fake sun, which makes it equally unpersuasive. The pattern of conduct is what controls the elements, the environment, and you are witnessing the psychopath, all right? But I just also want to remind you, because these are the same minions that held up their babies yesterday while they knew I was documenting, waiting for me to aim my camera on them, by the way, as though it is relevant whatsoever. I have already told you, and I've already spoken to and it's not a matter of my just telling you. I mean, you're not just relying on my word. Demonic activity in and of itself, demon possession, as perhaps there's some false narrative where some deception out there. If you're seeing a child that's in relevant position, this is somehow rebutting the ongoing occurrence of demonic activity. No. Okay. I hate to burst anyone's hopes, but there are Children, those under it has nothing to do with an age of majority. Children, very many of them are demon possessed, and they demonstrate it. Let me be clear, they're in the same exact environment. They're engaging in the same demonic behavioral pattern. This is what is a spirit that is exercising influence over a person that is acting out in the physical, all right? Demon possession is that which is not limited to some age. It is not some exception with regard to those that are under the age of majority. It is speaking to what is an ongoing ongoing condition of the here in the state of California. What I'm revealing, this criminal system, it is amongst the demon possessed, and their children are demon possessed as well. And so I want to be clear. These minions that are sitting in here just engaging in what is another documented sex offense, monitoring creation of amplified audible activity inside of the bathroom while engineered light surrounds. The light source is seen while I am inside of the building of the Upland Public Library over the same roof that it was above this morning at 8:22 a.m. In addition to my inability to ever even be able to see that light source over the roof, if it was indeed the sun that was over the Ontario Town Square all day long as it was. That is the absence of any movement in the direction west, where I wouldn't see it over the Upland Public Library, over the Ontario Town Square. It is, any way that you want to flip it, not only asinine, it is impossible. It is the absence of any movement of that light source since this morning in the direction west. And so, like I said, this is the impermissible threat. You have what is idiot. I mean, this is pure idiocy. It is asininity. This asininity is a very serious threat by the government, though. Very, very determined to engage in ongoing surveillance. A lot of people are going to federal prison. The people of the state, worthy of that. This is necessary as a matter of policy. The government engaging in what is this criminal system, what the entity is doing, how it is doing it. And now it is confronted with what is not only exposing what is your condition, which is a threat. All right. The demon possessed are engaged in what is interstate stalking on behalf of the state. The people of the state are engaging in what are the form of what's supposed to be passive-aggressive stalking. That is now interpreted and reasonably construed as what is the threat that it is intended to be. These are the demon-possessed who are stalking you, keeping their back to you while that third eye remains fixed on you. That is that demon-possessed stalker. It's focused on you in that demonic environment, that scientific impossibility maintained all around them while they are stalking you on behalf of the state. In addition to what is the pattern of conduct by these same passive-aggressive psychopaths, that is keeping their back to you while they're stalking you. And then you're recalling what is the conduct, their true form, all right, which is molesting with directed light, that impossible, that ongoing demonstration of demon possession when they're outside thinking that they're running away somewhere because they're in a vehicle, and you see that demonstration of demon possession, those very scenes out of the pit of hell, that's their condition. That is what they are engaging in indoors as well, engineered light surrounds. Okay, it is the same stalking with light, and these are the same demons. It's the same entity. And so this is what I was pointing out in that video. And so this is exactly what I'm speaking to. While these minions are in here monitoring my documentation, the demon-possessed, these criminals are in here monitoring me while my panties are down, and then doing so in the glaring directed light. That is what is grounds for federal prison. And so upon the prima facie case of any ordinary target individual, you're talking about what is understanding the escalation of that prosecution where the government is, and also there are other issues in a fact pattern where you're talking about being subject to kidnapping. This is the exercise of fictitious authority under the law while you're subject to surveillance. That's grounds of federal prison. You're talking about what is already grounds of federal prison with regard to, for example, law enforcement engaging in what is federal stalking. Law enforcement is not only engaged in federal stalking, which is inherently intended to intimidate and harass and injure. You're talking about what is law enforcement that are demon-possessed while engaging in the criminal activity of interstate stalking and facilitating it amongst a demon-possessed people, the people of the state. Here, the people of the state of California. Okay, so like I said, you're talking about what are multiple grounds of federal prison. The people of the state are posing an impermissible threat as I'm documenting it. I'm at the Upland Public Library. The people of the state are maintaining hovering surveillance inside of this venue while directed light is maintained over and throughout this venue. They are engaging in sexually violent activity creation with knowledge of my presence. That is
not based on any demon's outward conduct as though they are focused on reading a book or something in a library. It is based on what is the ongoing environment, which is virtually an impossibility. You're talking about what is the direct evidence, and as opposed to what are the lies that Satan tells. The demon possessed sitting around as though it is in a normal environment, as though they are oblivious to your presence when they are stalking and monitoring you. And that's all that you're doing in direct light and under a fake sun. All right. And that is the significance of the documentation, speaking to not only the impossibility that the actual sun would be over the Upland Public Library, 450 North Euclid Avenue, over the same roof that you are looking at it now, as I captured on video, at 3:05 p.m. On the same day, in addition to what is never going to be present, because it is the ongoing evidence in your face of what is the non-movement of the light source in any direction west from where it was earlier in the day, whether it's at the Ontario Town Square or at the Upland Public Library. Let me be clear, being over the property of Ontario Town Square and then being in alignment still visible at Ontario Town Square over the storefronts is not movement. That's the pattern of stalking with light. The entity is engaging in what is some incremental, abysmal failure of mimicking the sun where it is remaining over an address all day long. That's not movement. Okay, that's not the sun. And in addition to that, it is not that which is maintaining omnipresence, mutually present over everything, everywhere, everybody, all day long. And that's not even everybody. That's everybody on Euclid Avenue. This is in every way an impossibility. And so that's exactly why I'm describing these demons in the way that they are. This is the truth, that they're monitoring the truth as it's spoken and published about them. And they are also witnessing their own prosecution. Okay. So I want to be clear. It's 3:16 p.m. This is the people of the state. This is the state of California, the sex offender. That's exactly what that directed light is indicative of. That's what it's serving. And the amplified audible activity that is occurring inside of the bathroom. This is exactly what the people engaged in this morning at McDonald's, while McDonald's personnel patrolled in and out of that bathroom, occupying the bathroom ahead of time, which is what Garter World did outside. Stalking and being present at the venue, going ahead of me. Stalking, being present inside of the bathroom ahead of me, in relevant position nonetheless. Like I said, if I would have gone to the 99-cent store, Garter World still prosecuted for what is federal stalking, presence in the path, also molesting me with directed light while they are stalking me. Okay, so you're talking about what is the P.O.C, and that's what McDonald's engaged in at 100 East Foothill Boulevard, under what is direct evidence of what is not the sun on any day, even before I documented it weeks ago at 8:23 a.m. and I arrived today later than that, and the light source is in alignment with me en route to that venue, over it as I arrive, as opposed to already being present. It is currently 3:17 p.m. This is P.O.C. It's 7:08 p.m. I did leave Open Public Library, completed a purchase at third-party facilitating venue 7-Eleven. The pattern of conduct underway and ongoing molestation at those venues. You have what are the people that are engaging in ongoing molestation. I'm currently at what is 8th Street and Euclid. Metrolink also engaging in the P.O.C. License 7YGM 379, 7BKS 253, 07241L1. License 7WSA 346, BA 548, handicap 7HHA 977. License 8EOP 3H3, molesting all of them together, 8ETP 487. These are the same minions, including Metrolink, molesting my person. This is the sex offender while I'm leaving the Upper Public Library, going to the museum. BFN 6169, that is a demon-possessed stalker with an Arizona license plate. It is currently 7:09 p.m. And again, Metrolink is directly engaged in this ongoing sex offense. Alrighty, as are the people of the state in general. Metrolink engaging in the P.O.C. affirmatively at approximately 7:07 p.m., which is facilitation while they do so. You have the people engaging what is terrorism in front of what is the venue 208 Euclid Avenue. This is license plate. Engaging in what is aiming light and using the hazards. This is light activity creation. License 57542R1. And this looks like Bali, B-A-L-I. That is called Construction Incorporation, license 524540. That is general engineering contractor. This demon is pacing in the vehicle and using the hazards while they are parking on the sidewalk in front of the third parties, the demons that I documented the other day who were sitting in their vehicle on their property, and then they get out stalking in the path with a flashlight. Those demons, they are monitoring with Valley Construction, who's engaging in terrorism. It's currently 7:10 p.m. That's just the property that they're parked in front of. This is the people of the state engaging in P.O.C. together.
57542R1 again. I want to make sure I get that license plate. This is P.O.C. With regard to Metrolink, also in relevant position is that's at the intersection of A Street and Euclid. That includes the IHOP. It also includes Old Town, Upland, downtown, historic Upland. Those demons, which I've documented, they're all monitoring while Metrolink uses the train as a means of light and audible activity creation. This is while I'm walking from the library, so I just want to make sure I include that. That's the ongoing P.O.C. And then while I'm at the corner crossing the street, documenting, you have the demonic pattern of stopping to aim light, create light activity, while they are also monitoring the documentation. So that is the company Valley Construction engaging in that ongoing act. This is the type of harassment that the entity engages in, not only engaging in the P.O.C., engaging in what is ongoing facilitation. So this is an ongoing threat to the life that the company Valley it's attributed to this company, while this demon that's driving this Valley Construction vehicle is engaging in on behalf of the state while monitoring the documentation. Okay, using the hazard lights is a method of light activity creation while you are stalking in the path. It is also facilitating what is sexual violence. It's facilitating the ongoing monitoring conduct on behalf of the state. While interstate stalking is underway, they're monitoring with communication devices. Okay, so it's currently 7:12 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, this demon at Olive and Euclid, license 8RSB251. All right, it is currently 7:16 p.m. And again, I would just want to be clear what Valley Construction, this demon driving this Valley Construction vehicle engages in. This is the demonic behavior pattern. That's not only light activity for monitoring, that's terrorism. That's the demonic P.O.C. 8UNF673, 6GZX782, 8YDR279, 8WIH830, 7DTL246, 6YYG940, 8JKE670, 71120E3, 8LRE, I can't really see the rest of that one actually, 7BYM172, 5YHG434, 7P48596, 5414OG3, 7EML950, fluid truck with license BHY884, that's out of state, 6DNV150, 8SXA116, 8Z44574, 5ZNK659, 7VJG944, 5NPF911, 8RFL776, I believe, and molesting 8THD001. In that, they're aiming their lights on my person. I am being molested with directed light, okay? 8WOH991, 7DEV927, 7BTZ124. Touching with their headlights, touching with any method of light is the demonic objective. They have this obsession with touching with light, stalking with light. 8YTM011, you're going to prosecute that as being a sex offender. They are stalking and touching for a criminal purpose. License 8LWF513. License 8VDL070. 6VPN769. 7ERN761. 8BKJ935. 8HMT279. MYRNFLA. 8NID439. 8YAM020. It's 7:18 p.m. I'm crossing the street at 7th Street and Euclid Avenue. Directed light moving across Imperial Trucking, California 414016. That's a demon. They're monitoring. Why directed light just floating on the side of the truck. License 4NJW026. You pay attention to my videos, you will see the light conduct as you pay attention to the environment. License 8UYF597. It's ongoing demons. All right, and I make often I make notes. I say pay attention to the top of the building. You'll see directed light just trailing across the top of a building, or you'll see directed light that's manifesting on the side of a third party's car. You're looking at the impossible light activity. They are engaging in what is demonic and criminal conduct on video. 8 S.I.I.S 64. That is a very easy prosecution upon establishing this legislation. 8 JFP 178, and it is necessarily to be created. You're talking about what's the criminal conduct of a government, and it is also bearing witness to what is the reality of demon possession. and this is the demon-possessed population. 7KXZ474, 8FIP032. KXZ474 1977683. License 628. I can't really see that one. Let me get this demon that's molesting. 7UHZ893. License 8PJX367. And it's 7:20 p.m. Get these sex offenders touching with light while they're stalking in the path. They are touching my person. License AZE 353, I believe. Can't really see that one. 8UOH010. BURCH 82 6EVT 694 BLQMBA. License 7GDV 986. License 8FJC 489. 8WCO 997. 8VKS 627. 8GSV 763. 5VGR 083, I believe. Can't really see that. 8XXE 741. 7FSU 569. 8PIB 366. 7KDE 274. 8PBB 786. 8EQU 945. License plate. This is a demon-possessed stalker molesting 5AJY242. 8RWV 736. License 8SY003. 8SYD039. 4AAM 199. 8EHC 710. All of them touching. And again, this is nothing to do with the prosecution for being a sex offender, molesting, terrorizing with directed light while you're engaged in interstate stalking on behalf of the government. Multiple levels of that federal prosecution and that identity of a perpetual sex offender. Has nothing to do with me standing out and documenting by license plate. I understand they follow and pursue with directed light. 6WEW 255, 8YTS 906, 7DUA 547, 7HML 647. 7AWN 062, 8RVR 211, 7DHK 742. The target individual that is documenting the sex offender and the stalker is not in any way accountable for what they are being subject to while they document it. It is confronting the sex offender and the demon-possessed criminal that is following you and molesting you. And again, you're remembering what is the demonic that you're dealing with. Directed light is appearing even when there are no headlights, even when there is no fake sun over your head, even when you are in the dark, okay? They are following and pursuing, that is terrorizing with directed light. You're going to prosecute for the sex offender that they are via directed light, engaging in that demented stalking and terrorism. 7SCM 490. And so I am surrounding the demons with that prosecution. I'm going to name them and prosecute them. 7CCS 957, 97818Y2, amongst the people of the state, those that I have not even ran into. This is a prosecution of the people. Where the government's engaging in this, every single last one, it's a state system. The very P.O.C. has shown it's indiscriminate. All of them are catching this prosecution. 8G, ZJ 167, every single last one of them. That's how the government built the system. That's how they're going to be prosecuted. 8PDK 198, 8WOH 991, 8CIF 091, 8SIY 058, SIRAVYR, C724K1, 8XPJ 687, 7EHE 798, AYAKA, 5DXE 162, and it's currently 7:23 p.m. This is remaining at 7th Street and Euclid Avenue. 8JHM 329, 7JLJ 494. 8DGN 293, 8VNS 365, 7FBC 641, 8HVP 999, 6L63320, 5XXS 504, I believe. Scratch that because I can't really see the last character. It's 7:25 p.m. 8JJT 201, 8T RX 698. 7MUR 904. 4ENX 382. 7TGB 627. 297. 237. Oh, I can't really see that one. 7:26 p.m. KYR 120, and this is Y572TJ. That's Florida. 8PVN 365. 6MHZ202. 8UVE 601. DXNIGHT 27829B3. 8DZV893. BABBYY 7572782. 8ACE937. AKIDDR, I believe. 8COT701. 6LVJ857. 8DYX134, in case I didn't read that one already. 7HLV060. 5YGH167. License 682X2. That's 68244X2. And the minions monitoring with that coward running off on a motorcycle, 8UQM429, and watch me find him with this prosecution. He ain't getting away with nothing. License plate 8UHY881. They're all being prosecuted for that. That's terrorizing threat. They're monitoring you. License plate 7SFJ785. License BF89V89, paper. Monitoring with that loud motorcycle. It's a threat to your life. They're monitoring with the government. P965RO 3WZT171, communicating that threat together while I'm being molested. That's a terrorizing threat while you want to ride by on a loud motorcycle. 7, I can't really see that license plate. 7LJX, I can't see that one. 8UQ, I think I read that one already. License 8DZS073. 7POK 678. 8VHE 974. 6UEN 218. It's 7:29 p.m. 7GID 332. 8ZCW 535. 8TDC 535. 6UEN 218. Molesting me with directed light while getting off on the exit. This is the Demon 5EUE944. Shadows are not moving. You're talking about what's directed light while they are approaching, touching on my person. 8SXU156. This is what they're all doing. I'm just articulating it right now. This is why they are getting documented and prosecuted. License 8MTT664. CB6G, I can't really say that's paper. And DXNIGHT is crossing path again. License 8UZN339. I think I read that one already. DXNIGHT got off of the exit crossing path and got back on the freeway right now crossing path again. License plate 8UZN, I read that one. 6VWM827. 8WGR102. 37862J2. 8SRH807. 6MNX813. I can't really see that. I'll get that one in a second. Eight TIZ 389, 8 REE 334, 8 KUW 447, 8 EIF 789, 50600V1 94037X2, 455. I can't really see that one. That's Nevada though. 8 PIT 341. 4 DYK 382.
engaging in ongoing flashing the light while they drive by, while they're stalking, making a splash. 7GJA398 is threatening with him. License, I can't really see that one. License 8JN, I can't see that one either. 8Z7827, or you could scratch that one. 7YSC867, 8SEK567. License 1567760. That looks like an olive skin African American with a California exempt license plate. Monitoring and threatening with a loud motorcycle. That's audible activity. They're monitoring. They're one entity acting together. 8AHJ121. License plate. I can't really see that one. A97-NZP-1. License 8YXZ842, 7VCP384, 8EOE073, 8CJD399, 8CED106. SCZ416. All right, license plate 7PGJ176, 8DDK575, 125804, 6TXY979, 8NVM657, 5NCF682, 8YJZ537. Can't really see that one. 7SIL157 being towed by a third party, 8VOJ396, 7UZX584. And this minion, no license plate on that little bike. License A97, I can't really see that. 56600E2, 7MKA112, 8RKM162, 6WVS314, 8LJY901, 8MAK290, 7UQH011, 6ROX472, 6GJY817, 6JVJ376, 8RRG614. It's 7:33 p.m. 8MYR742. U-Haul crossing path. That's an Arizona plate. AH35173. 7UQH011, read that one. 7UKP613. I can't really see that one. 8NRC628. 8VEP698. 6VPN. I can't really see that one. 8HN. I can't really see that one either. 8WHH416. 8VMA458. 7XOU338. 6JVJ376, 8MYR742, 7PNU268, 7VXX970, 5R, I can't really see that one, 8KZL238, I believe, 7YQD505, 6STRING, 32321W1, and Montclair Police Crossing Path, 8MBU259, license 8YXT124, license 5NDK943, license 8TY0913, 7YYK893, 8XIF783, 8ERN760, 8RDG057, 6MGG949, 7XOA694, 8HVL556, all of them monitoring with the demons of the Montclair Police Department, crossing path, engaging in what is the intentional creation of a communication of a terrorizing threat. All right, license 7TDN338, I believe. License BT69E45, paper 8TYD913, 7CBK039, 8XYA610, 6TJF706, 8HVL367,
8XJH506, 8AZS963, 7XYP341, I believe, 8VSX240, BUOOUL1, that's paper on a Tesla. License, let's see, and they're all engaging in terrorizing, threatening, stalking with law enforcement. That's a threat. 8KXE037 included, 5ZTK158, I believe. License 5G93989, 5MVE617, 8SQY764. Let's see, 7J, I can't really do that one. 7J DD483, 8MHG171, I believe, 8DVN230. It's 7:37 p.m. 5G93989, 8SQY764, 66339B3, 8SNH289, 8ZSP376, 8UHZ096, 5GVU531, 35114M1, 6PDF030, Vidco Foods Crossing Path, 6ACR510, Vidco Foods Crossing Path in a large truck. S1, 6DNW 432, 6YXW 652, AF92K80 paper, 8HGG 944. KWN 358, I believe. Can't really see the last character. 8HYD318, 8NCV834, 8JJF986, 7WVT G17, I think. 7T, I can't really see that one. 4211982, 5WDP649, and it's 7:38 p.m. 5NSA160, 7MVJ445. 7YFX544, 4859, I can't really see that one. 6SLW368, 8WMC808, 6YNK614, 8LCW512, 6WUJ824, 8UCP869, 8ALB690. 4378 1L1. They're all terrorizing with the entity that's hovering by aircraft, flying, which is parallel to 6th Street, which is the next street down, meaning down from me, meaning it is south from me. The entity is repeatedly patrolling, hovering by aircraft. That's another means of terrorism. The people are directly engaged in that. 8XQZ200, I believe. License 8WGC874, PLBY, I can't really see that one. 8MW374, 8ZJF999, 6ZVP, I can't see the rest of them. License 8TDR299, directly engaged in that terrorism, all right? The entity engaging in what's stalking directly, doing so in concert with the people will be prosecuted for that, all right? The entity is threatening together, all right? The people engaged in threatening you while a law enforcement officer will pull up while they're stalking all together, you're gonna prosecute the people for that. All right, you want to threaten with the law enforcement, you're going to be prosecuted with them, okay? License 08202J1, CB43G33 paper. License 7S36415, 8RNF260. This is how demons operate, by the way. So you're going to break that down. You want to interpret that, translate that. It has, listen, 7MMA527. It has a greater response to that demonic conduct. There's a greater response. So it is currently 7:40 p.m. and it's a necessary response. GML410, I believe. Get this demon's license plate. It is 8GML410, yeah. 8GZU281. 8PVE543. 8GJA455. 8MLCO39. 8WGM029. 6XVB549. 3FKG619. 8FJ. I can't see the rest of them. License 8APA286. 8KEF353. 6ZYF607. 8LRW749. 8EYT280. 5FFJ727. 6VSG963. 8UEN735. 7YQU727. 8539OS2. 65885V2. 4DHD. I can't really see the rest of them. 8LES128. 7PAG563. 6XPM594. I can't really see that one. It is 7:42 p.m. License plates. 6D571Y2, 8UQE096, 94551D3, 7DTH580. I can't really see that one. I can't really see that one either. License 7RLJ472, 7SKP174, 8SYC574, 7TGK671, 54108Z1, 70J, I can't really see the rest of them. 8EYJ023, 8SK5 or 5FQB623, and this is 8SKS382, I believe. 8XPV810. 6AER274 or 6AFR274. It's an old Honda, I believe. 6TWU649. CF344 handicap. 6MQL598. I'm sorry, 5206. I can't really see that one. 8V. I can't see that one either. LBOYBOZ. C11081L2. 7ADZ450. 6W. I can't. 6TWU, but I can't see it. 67444G2. 30025Y2. 6GDG252. Super Thirsty Minion with directed light. License 6XSF913. 6VHP492. 6JTC910 molesting. License 8XSK522. That is actually license 71081L2, not 118. License 8CRJ418. 8PBJ032. 7HBR946. I will get the correct license plate right now, but that is a 7. That's 71081L2. Yeah. All right, license 7RGG625, 7AGA269, 4462182, 8F67411, 6SSU957, 7XZN594, I believe. 8ETK406. That one. 8ZOW454. 7HWG631. 8
8GFY086, 8CTZ 982, I think. 5LYP837, C7KVV148, 7KIP382, 7ZZH097, 43375Z3, I believe. 6YHS862, 8JWW530, 8KSN711. Get this minion's license plate. 60, I can't really see that one. 5DCA207. This is license 6BDC402, 6NE7258, 7MME412. 5MPY905, 8RHL569. 5SGY172. BS05X69, that's paper. 8VJ0769, I believe. 8VJB769. 8NFB, I can't see the rest of them. 8WNJ515. And it's currently 7:48 p.m. License. Let me get this license plate. All right, this molester. MEA044. All right, this sex offender is licensed SEKOE2. License 8SCF099. GGB772. That looks like it's out of state. VON473, 5GXT068, 7ATU933, 7DTS189, BF56H02, that's paper, 8LZX594, 7WZM744, 8ZRL026, UPS crossing path as well. UPS is on Euclid Avenue. UPS is molesting with this demon whose license plate I'm going to recite to you, 8CYU871, and third party 19267C3. 8ZRL026, 8PLJ878, because I didn't read those. 50151W2. $8ERM105, 8U. I'm sorry, I can't really see that one. 27344. You can scratch that. I can't see that one. I can't see that one. It is 7:50 p.m. 0238. I can't really see that one. I think I read all of these minions. These sex offenders been identified. 19267C3. 4PN9218, 6HQY938, I believe. 4JDS959, 6ELG308, 1670283, 8SZD961. Alrighty. License. There's always one minion who I have to go behind and get their license plate. I will do that. License 8TXK717, molesting.
And see, license plate 7SLW881, 7MNN02. Can't see the last character. License 237, that's all that is on that license plate. License 7PNY094. License 5AEZ842. 5FQB623, 8VQM980, 7JWH706, 8ERP940. All of them sex offenders, specifically coming to this intersection to be a sex offender, including Amazon Prime. Alrighty, that is a specific form of harassment while the entity is monitoring, engaging in ongoing molestation, and the directed light conduct is harassment, period. It's harassment, unprecedented harassment, unheard of harassment. It's demonic conduct, which is harassing in its nature, touching and following and pursuing. You're coming around, you break down what they're doing. These demons are literally coming to wherever I am at in order to engage in this conduct of a sex offender. They're engaging in sexual violence together, including Amazon Prime. I just captured an image of that. And the entity engaging in what are like these demons are doing, just pacing around. That's security patrol. And I documented those minions by image. You're talking about what is federal prison. You're engaging in specific forms of harassment. This is what the companies, the people of the state in general are engaging in, including the entity. For example, stalking via law enforcement, stalking via helicopters, stalking via commercial airline planes. These are the incredulous manners of this terrorism, specific forms of harassment while you are engaging in the interstate stalking, while you are monitoring the documentation. This is all relevant to what are the grounds of federal prison while the entity is monitoring and violating your rights while they are aware of the fact that you are seeking to confront and prosecute. All right, as a matter of policy, that's relevant to security patrol. You will very well be snatched up, identified with that company, and go to federal prison. All right, watch. It's currently 7:53 p.m. 29361U2, 8YLK503, 7GMP538, 6GVW809, 6SW, I can't really see the rest of them. 7KRM930, 7SNK489, I believe. And it's currently, by the way, 7:54 p.m. LMP. I can't see the rest of them. Should have known there was a stalker. There's always a sex offender coming to meet and touch me. The sex offender is license 5LXF402. This is at 6th Street, third-party facilitating venue, 6th Street and Euclid, 106 6th Street in Ontario. Group stalking, I will get that. Actually, I've already documented this address. They're stopping on the side of the third-party facilitating venue at the intersection, on the opposite side of the intersection of 6th Street, right across the street, where I've captured the fake sun over me every single morning that I'm walking down here, on the side of that road. And also understand what they're doing. This is the demonic pattern where I routinely stop to get license plates. A demon will stop in the path and create light activity. This is using their hazards. Okay, I will document the people. They are acting as one, engaging in this terrorism together in the same way you're prosecuted while you're monitoring and stalking with the police. License 8Y07122 is engaging in this terrorism, monitoring to that terrorizing conduct, acting as one together, stalking in the path, okay? That includes also license plate 8USA430. Who then turns on their hazards while I'm reading their license plate. I'll prosecute you for that. So like I said, every little thing you are slicing it down because these are the instruments of monitoring. This is the conduct of the demon possessed and the ease with which this system is underway. And you are talking about that very conduct, that very ease with which is the reason why you are so severe with regard to that penalty as well. And so while the entity is again monitoring the documentation, you want to engage in repeatedly stalking by helicopter, for example. You want to repeatedly engage in stalking by law enforcement, for example. You want to repeatedly engage in the ongoing sex offense, which is the molestation. This is all relevant to what you will be prosecuted for. 8SRF210 is engaging in that terrorizing threat while this demon is across the street using their hazard lights. That's a terrorizing threat. 8ULM751. And they are doing it again in the specific environment. During the day, you're seeing the fake sun. Engineered light remains. At night, engineered light remains. That is the relevant to what is that engagement in that light activity creation. I've been documenting this for years. That's exactly why I started capturing it, because now the demon possessed were following me around everywhere. Even as I was living in my car and I looked out from underneath because my windows are covered up, and you've always got a demon parking their car or leaving their car around me with their hazard lights on. Okay, either sitting in it or abandoning it or engaging in form. Oh, I'm repairing it. That's why the hazard lights. But I'm noticing it's the same pattern everywhere. This is terrorism. This is terrorism while a bunch of demons are following you around, stalking. And the significance of this light activity is to monitor you. Okay, the government monitoring you is a threat to your life. You want to openly engage in threatening an American citizen's life, I will put you in federal prison. Okay, this is what I keep stressing. And so you're talking about, that is no small thing. You want to engage in facilitation, you want to go to federal prison. Flashing lights in the engineered environment, it is literally an engineered environment. In this specific environment, you're in the state's environment, you're facilitating that, you are threatening the life of another. Period. So you're talking about, while you're engaging in interstate stalking, you will go to federal prison so fast, so quick. While you are monitoring the documentation, okay? You're talking about demons who know when you're oblivious to what's going on around you, and demons who know when you've become aware of it, when you're suspecting it. They know what you're writing down, what you're taking notes of. If you're documenting, they're monitoring your documentation, your communication devices. All your personal information is public. So I want to be clear, as I continue to document the people of the state, that minion can hide on the opposite side of the freeway if they want. If it's a company logo, you identify the logo. If it's a minion using their own vehicle or using their property, wherever it is, you document the minion that's right next to you in traffic, because they're monitoring together. You will be prosecuted for it. You are not escaping anything. Nothing. Because you're understand what you're doing. You're documenting the government. That's the government that's all around you, stalking. Thinking that they can hide via anonymity. No, you will not. No, you're not. They're not going to do that. You want to monitor together, thinking you can bully one, you will go to federal prison together. All right, license. It's currently 7:59 p.m. and so I'm continuing to walk down Euclid Avenue, and that was the ongoing stalking conduct. That's terrorism. And when you are looking at what is the big picture, again, this is something you will notice what I've pointed out throughout the years. You're talking about what is the pattern, and it's a pattern of what is stalking with light. It's another iteration of the same conduct, which is entirely demonic, stalking in the path with light. But what you need to understand is that this is in every way, it's entirely demented. These freaks sit around or stand around. I'm not really specifying the posture that they maintain while they're doing it. But their point is to engage in creating flashing light. This is entirely out of hell. These are very demented. This is a demented people, the demon-possessed population. And this is something that is to be paid very close attention to with regard to what is the surveillance by the state. You're talking about what is understanding the engineered light. When I'm showing you pictures of my shadow, I've got two of them in front of me that are upright on a wall at a distance away from me. And then I also have what are multiple shadows on the ground. You've got a third party who is a demon. That's identification, your knowledge, you know already that this is a demon that's around you. And then the demon is engaging in demonic conduct while they are creating manifesting light of some sort. Okay, a demon that's crossing path, creating light, touching you with directed light, like I've shown you in hundreds of videos. All right, walking around in the dark with a spotlight, like the demons of the United States Postal Service. All right, when there's no mail delivery at 10 o'clock at night on Christmas Eve. Okay, you're talking about what is stalking in the path with light, doing so which is terrorism. It's absolutely demented. It is very weird and it's scary, all right, where you have a whole bunch of people doing that to you. The ordinary target individual is subject to this level of terrorism. You will go to federal prison for that. All right, so you're not free to engage in, first of all, stalking on behalf of the government. You're not free to sit on the side of the road and use your hazard lights while you're stalking on behalf of the government. And so this is understanding what is the big picture with regard to, yes, every little thing that they are doing, it is facilitation. You need to understand what they're doing, the substance of what they're doing, and the environment that they're doing it in. And what is it achieving? That which is an ongoing threat while the government places you under surveillance. Okay? And so anyway, it's 8:01 p.m. And you're talking about what are the demon possessed? They're a hard-headed bunch. They're a resistant bunch. And it's going to fill up a lot of federal prisons, but that is not anything that should ever slow down or deter justice at all. At all. You're talking about what's necessary. You're dealing with what is a population, what is a government that has engaged in this for quite a while, right? And resistant to what is, first of all, knowledge of their existence in the first place and awareness of, while I'm also spreading the word, okay, about what is the criminal system that's underway. You're under surveillance in the United States of America. And unfortunately, it is an entire fallacy that you have privacy, that you have liberty rights. It only exists in the abstract. All right, it only exists in the abstract, and you're talking about it only exists with regard to what is maintaining the appearance of that constitutionally balanced government system that we maintain. The truth is what the entity is doing to ordinary people like myself who are not on the world stage, for example, speaking to what is massive oppression. This is what this is. All right, and you're oppressing those that have no idea about their rights, have no idea how to confront, have no idea what to do about somebody who's just seemingly just following. I mean, well, not one person, but people that are in your path all the time using their hazard lights. On the one hand, it's like, so what? On the other hand, it's a big picture. You're looking at the big picture, what they're doing, but you're talking about the ordinary target individual. Okay, you're talking about what is just ordinary. You're just stricken with fear. Okay, so this is understanding what is the on a macro level, the big picture, and with regard to what is literally every single thing that these demons employ to engage in facilitation, massive facilitation. All right, so you're talking about every which way you are engaging in what is threatening the life of another. You will be going to federal prison for that. You are the government threatening the life of another. You don't have a right to stalk on behalf of the government. You don't have the right to engage in interstate stalking on behalf of a concert with the government. And while let me be clear, this demon right here is monitoring with that loud activity, so I'm gonna document this nigga over here digging in his nose while he's stalking. And excuse my language, this is a nigga, license 8UVH921. All right, he's so smart, he's gonna get documented because you're hostile, because I'm going to prosecute you. And so if you know the definition of a nigga is an ignorant person, and that's exactly what this is. And you're talking about your own detriment, your own demise. You bring it on yourself. You reap what you sow. So like I said, you have what is the entity engaging in what is conduct, which you have no right to do on behalf of the government. You don't have a right to live in relevant position where you're engaging in surveillance and not be documented for it. You are not present in your own capacity. And that is the pitfall when it is made known that the government is not treating or respecting your constitutional rights. The government's engaged in surveillance. The government's a stalker. Okay? The government is engaged in all kinds of trampling over your privacy. It doesn't really exist. Okay? And so where you live in relevant position, where you go to school in relevant position, where you work in relevant position is about where the government is. The government gets to stay where I am at work. The government gets to maintain presence where I go to sleep. The government gets to maintain presence wherever it is that I'm living, or wherever it is that I'm going to the bathroom, or wherever it is that I'm taking a shower and taking my clothes off, or walking around nude in my house, whatever it is that I'm supposed to be able to do in the privacy of my home. It doesn't exist. You don't have a right to maintain that presence. That's what the people of the state are doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Okay, that's why you are a stalker where it is that you live. You are not present on your own and in your own capacity. You're present. Your existence is limited down to what is a communication device. You're monitoring on behalf of the government. That's how the government is present. All right, and see, that's the system that they thought nobody would ever find out about. All right, that's what they thought no one was ever going to be able to construe. All right. And let alone be able to prosecute. How are you going to prosecute? Oh, because it's the government. The government's the stalker. And I've shown you that. When I've got helicopters following me in every single county, and I've documented it. You already know. The government is stalking, and these minions have been found out. And as I documented the government, guess what? These minions don't have a hope. You don't have anything. You don't have a leg to stand on. The P.O.C is already established, okay? The government is stalking. They are stalking on behalf of the government. That's why strangers are stalking you, because the government is stalking, okay? The government is monitoring. When you are monitoring, you are stalking, okay? So it's currently 8:06 p.m., license 386-8VHT010, I believe, license plate. 8UKV245. I want to get some more niggas, some more ignoramuses, because that's what they are. So let me break down terrorism for you. Being surrounded with what are your shadows all over the ground, upright around you, while you're being, in other words, molested with what is absolutely weird and abnormal light, and you've got loud and rambunctious demons who are also expressing hostility while you're witnessing this absolutely demented environment around you. This is terrorism, especially as it's happening everywhere that you're going, while you've got freaks of nature that want to touch you all over the place with light as well. This is terrorism. That is another way of what you are understanding. While you want to vocalize it, you're dealing with demons. Everything that's going on is deliberate. You are engaging in what is the communication of a terrorizing threat. I will prosecute you for that. And by the way, an ignoramus, a nigga, is what is engaging in that. That's why I'm using that term, okay? 8XS, I can't really see that one. But I will document some more since they want to engage in threat. They're monitoring together. They're threatening together. And do not be deceived. Let me tell you something. Niggas go to college, okay? 7HMU308, license SANDOW. Niggas are on the law enforcement. Straight, ignorant people. Ignorant. They're just pure criminals. Pure criminals. Absolutely ignorant and woefully unprepared. Okay, so that's why I'm speaking so frankly. That's why I'm speaking in such a frank manner with regard to what was that idiotic provision of documentation. Everything that you are listening to, including my voice, do you understand when you're being monitored, everything that I am saying is monitored. I'm serving to facilitate their monitoring system. You can't even speak, use your phone. It is serving the criminal system. This is why they are molesting me with directed light as I walk around. Guess what? That's activity creation. All right, so I just want to break that down while you're listening to that amplified audible activity, because these hostile demons are listening to me prosecute them and do it publicly, which is necessary where it's the government that's the criminal. You're talking about what is the communication by demons. Understand that. That's relevant to the demons that they are while they're engaging in activity, audible activity creation while I am being molested. It is the P.O.C. Whose license plate do you read? The one that's right next to you. The demon that's fleeing away is monitoring with the demon that's right in front of you. All right. And so that is documentation of that. They're not getting away with anything. And so every single thing that they are doing is facilitating that. And you don't have a right to threaten the life of another. All right. And you are a delusional, ignorant nigga thinking that you can. Engaging in conduct that is in any way communicating that is a terrorizing threat. Okay. So like I said, that's the reality of a system that's built for the criminal purposes of a government. The government has built it. The construct is such that the government is present through everybody. Okay. These minions at this high school, they are in relevant position. It is these minions, these underage, and let me be clear, demon possession is not limited by age. This is, I hate to break some people's hearts, but if you did not know, you need to know. Demonic activity is that which you are made aware of by what is the conduct. All right. No, you can't see that demon on their person physically. All right. If you do not have the ability to discern that spirit, then you cannot see that. All right. You're talking about what is the ability to perceive, to understand and know objectively based on, first of all, the environment. And also, what is the conduct? They're in an environment and they engage in very specific code of conduct. It's a demonic formula, like I've told you. And they act like they're doing it accidentally. They act like they do it absent-mindedly. They act like they do it, just incidentally to whatever it is that they're doing. Demons engage. It does not matter. You pay attention to that code of conduct because it is deliberate. It's demonic. It is demonic and it's entirely malicious. A malicious actor is not looking at you and studying you and looking like all me. A lot of times they're engaging in something else. Like I show you these psychopaths keeping their back to me inside of the library. They're all in there stalking, focused on me, hoping that the internet doesn't work, trying to slow it down. That's what monitoring is, by the way. Slowing down the internet, or it's taking forever to upload videos online. The internet is slowed down. All those demons are in there monitoring together. All right, and then engaging in what is ongoing surveillance while they know all the video documentation that I accumulated. They engage in the P.O.C, and then all they do is try to slow down my ability to upload the documentation. They're not stopping anything. They're not slowing anything down either. You're slowing down the download rate on the internet is not slowing down what is your fate, which you shall not in any way avoid. This is the crime of monitoring, though, and this is what they're sitting around doing. You don't have to look at me while you're sitting there monitoring on a communication device. I don't even need Satan to turn around and look at me. And I sit there and I tell the truth about what they are and what they're doing. Those are the same demons, like I said, that are in their vehicles, crossing path and directed light shooting all over the place. They can look to the left and right all they want. All right, they're cowards, and they are. The reality is that the demon possessed are here. They live amongst us. It's not some exception. All right, and they're not some exception, some out of some scary movie, somebody coming from some exceptionally traumatic background. No, the demon possessed are very common. The demon possessed are everywhere. It's an entire population. Okay, so the entity is engaging in what is an ongoing demonic behavioral pattern. Demon possession, demonic activity is a part of your everyday life. The demon possessed. Okay, and with regard to what is your knowledge, insofar as it is relating to your constitutional rights and your human rights to not be subject to surveillance by a government, by a demon-possessed government, because we maintain that constitutional right under existing federal law in the United States. That's how we are distinct from every other country. Your demon possession is not my business or my concern. I don't care. All right, but you need to know this, because with regard to, aside from the prosecution, the demon possessed, you're talking about Satan. The spirit of Satan that's on people. When you're around, you should know this in general about the demon possessed. They know what you're doing. This is Satan. They know what you are doing when you're on the opposite side of a wall. That's creepy. Okay? That's very creepy. And you're talking about what is a freak psychopath, because they have to act like they're normal people, like they don't know that. Like they don't know what you're doing. Like they don't know what you're talking about. Like they don't know what you're looking at when you are in a room, door closed, right? Satan knows what you're doing. Okay, and I'm talking about Satan because you're talking about the demon possessed. You are talking about Satan. Satan knows what you are doing. That is creepy. And that's the reality of the demon possessed. And the demon possessed are a population that do not want to be known about, right? So you're talking about what are law enforcement. We have a whole body of law talking about reasonable suspicion, probable cause. These demon possessed government actors know what you are doing. They are bound by law, and it is also serving the purpose of keeping their demon possession concealed. So they engage in, and I'm saying not perfectly, because there are plenty of cases you've heard of where it's like questionable. There's, issues. They attribute it to something else. Let me be clear. It is a fallacy. They know what you're doing. We have a whole system that is supposed to be built on what is your constitutional rights and the reasonable suspicion, probable cause. This is based on the notion. Understand the purpose of these doctrines. It's based on the fact that we're human beings, that we don't know, right, what's going on. We don't know where you're at. I can't read your mind. I'm not psychic. I don't know. This is the purpose of probable cause. So you have to have a constitutional standard with regard to facts that you can articulate why somebody is subject to arrest. All right, that criminal activity is afoot with regard to reasonable suspension and a detention, right? Because they're not psychic. They're not clairvoyant. They don't know what you're doing at all times. They're not placing you under surveillance. That is the purpose behind such doctrines. So let me get this demon's license plate real quick. 6KDM299, molesting. License 8SHY 444, molesting as well. License 6V YH132, molesting, terrorizing. You hear the helicopter. 8RYJ 248, molesting and terrorizing. 8J38709. 8KLR 543. 5UBV 367. This is the entity terrorizing by helicopter. And I captured an image of that. I'm right here at 4th Street and Euclid Avenue. The Chaffee Joint Union High School, a third-party facilitating venue where the entity flew right over my head at Chaffee Joint High School, stalking again by helicopter right now. Engaging in what is ongoing stalking. That's exactly what the people of the state are doing, and that's exactly why they're going to federal prison. Sitting on the side of the road, using your hazard lights as a means of facilitation. You'll go to federal prison while you're stalking with that government. 7ZBG 341, 8WXT 732. It is facilitation for that government, a demon-possessed government actor who is stalking on behalf of the state of California, representing a terrorizing threat. These minions are maintaining presence of the path, sex offenders with this government, stalkers on behalf of this government, who will be going to federal prison with these government actors, period. Okay? License plate 7KYY651 is stalking with that entity that's stalking by helicopter. So anyway, like I'm stating, these doctrines of probable cause and reasonable suspicion, it's premised upon the notion that you are not under surveillance. In other words, they don't know actually what you're doing. All right. They have to have enough facts based on this presumed ignorance that they maintain, because they don't know everything that's going on, because they're not watching you, because they're not psychic or clairvoyant. Right. That's what the system is based on. And it's premised upon that presumed ignorance, which you are supposed to be maintaining, because we're supposedly not under surveillance. We're supposedly free, right? Got liberty. The government has to have a warrant. The government has to have probable cause. The government has to have some exception whereby they are engaging in any violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, your privacy rights. But this is not the case when you are maintaining this ongoing constitutional system. We have these laws, but you've got this whole system that's occurring, that is in operation and covertly. Okay, it coexists. 8 ULM 751. So what do? You restrain yourself. You know that they stole that candy bar from the grocery store. You know this. You're a demon. You know what they stole. You know what they put in their pocket. All right, but because of the fact that it is more important that you maintain your condition in a concealed manner, you're talking about what is not acting on what it is that you actually know, unless you get information or somehow you were able to gather information or state that you gained information in some other way, anything other than the fact that you already know, because of the fact that you're a puppet of Satan. All right. These demons know what's going on. They know what's going on on the other side of the door or behind the wall, in addition to what is the demonic light activity with which they're monitoring you with communication devices. These demons know what I'm doing on my cell phone without them actually holding up the phone. Crossing a path is relevant to what is their surveillance conduct. They're in operation of their phones. They're crossing path. They're engaging in, by virtue of that phone in and of itself, it's a communication device, and the presence, their use, their operation of it is accomplishing surveillance by the government while they surround all together. Okay. Like I said, they don't have to be on a specific, we're targeting Erica app in order to log on to that, in order to place on his phone. No. You get on YouTube, you talk on your phone, you just turn on your flashlight, anything. You're there. It's the communication device itself and being in the path, in the engineered light, while you're also maintaining activity. That's how they're engaging in surveillance. That's surveillance when people are doing that. It's surveillance when the government is doing it. Okay. So you have what is these legal doctrines that are existing. And guess what? You are under the assumption that you actually have freedom, that the police don't know what you're doing because they have to prove that they have enough facts, right? All of this is under the presupposition that you are not subject to what is 24-hour surveillance by the state. And that is not the case. It's not the case whatsoever. The state just flew over me by helicopter. This is a very real pattern of conduct. The government's engaged in 24-hour surveillance, and you're talking about what is the intent to maintain a concealed status with regard to this population of the demon-possessed. It is very creepy. The government knows, aside from what is literally a demon that is, wasting the resources in the state of California to engage in stalking me, and I'm going to prosecute. You're going to go to federal prison for that. You are going to federal prison for that. All right. You are wasting money in the state of California. But and on the other hand, let me be clear. It's not a matter of wasting, because that's wasting based on what your mind state is, that there's something else that's more important for them to, make these expenditures on. And that's what I'm telling you. Actually, there is not. You are preoccupied with going to work, getting your paycheck, focused on climbing the professional ladder. And actually, these are distractions. Satan is very real. And the reality of what is concerned, it is about you and about your life, about what you are consuming, especially if you are not a puppet of Satan, if you are not subservient to that spirit. All right. You are the focus. Everything that you are doing in your life, which you're consumed with, that is the focus of every one of this condition. It is not about what they think that what they want you to be consumed with everyday life in this capitalistic society. Going to work, going to school, doing whatever it is that you're doing. All right, going about your business. And you would think that based on what they put out there, based on the perception that this is and it's not. I am documenting, I'm showing you what are people that are following me from intersection to intersection. That's what they're doing. And they're doing it with the government that is flying over my head everywhere that I go, following me from intersection to intersection by planes and helicopters and police. They are consumed with me. This is the reality of that demon possession. Let me tell you something. Satan doesn't want you to know how important you are, how vital, how core you are. You know this, how poor you are by the very environment. You got a fake sun and a fake moon over me day and night. And I know that this is not the sun. I have a lot of common sense, okay? So I knew this and I started documenting it. This is beyond weird, okay? You're talking about what is literally personified through the very environment, through the conduct of the people. They drive by, directed light is coming backwards from the car. Not only is this not sunlight, what sort of reflection is the I have shown you videos where the stupid directed light is coming like from the back of their car forward toward me, whatever angle that I'm standing on. And I've seen it in the most asinine. This is in the personification of the stalking with light, shows you the focus of the demon possessed. It's me. The directed light tells you that. The fake sun tells you that. The fake moon tells you that. Okay, the amplified audible activity tells you that. This is the people that they are consumed with me. They are stalking one person together from intersection to intersection. They're sitting up filling a library all day long where I'm at, under what is a fake sun, in what is engineered light, while I am in the bathroom and my panties are down. They are concerned with what's going on with me between my legs, in my underwear. They're concerned with everything that I'm doing, washing my hands, drying my hands, where I'm walking in the bath. They're concerned with everything. That is terrorism. That is beyond weird. And let me be clear, like I was stating before, it is entirely creepy and this is the reality, what you need to know about the demon possessed. You're dealing with Satan. Satan knows what you're doing inside of your apartment while you think you have privacy. Okay? You don't. They don't need a listening mechanism in order to hear through. No. You're dealing with Satan. Okay? So let me break the news to you on that. And second of all, this is with regard to what is, again, the policy that I'm speaking to. Every time I begin speaking truth to you, what do you hear? The entity starts flying over me by helicopter. Because I'm telling you the truth. 7PCD034. That's a license plate. So the entity is engaging in what is, let me be clear, pay attention to that. I've pointed this out before. The more that you hear that, the louder I'm preaching the truth to you. And I'm not a preacher, but I'm just using that to be funny. I am telling you the truth. 5FKR 919. That's how pathetic they are. And that's how scared they are. And they should be, because they're going to federal prison. And they can't drown that out. That's how scared they are. So let me be clear. It's a communication of fear. All right. And it's speaking to, like I said, the reality with regard to everything that you're listening to, what you hear, what you're looking at in my documentation, my videos. The environment is made alive by what is death that surrounds. That's the irony behind it. This is the living dead. But everything that you're hearing, it has animation to it, demonic animation. All right, the living dead are creating audible activity based on what I'm doing. All right, doing it as I am doing it. Remember, it's not just what the demons do; it's the moment that they do it. Okay, you're talking about I'm speaking on something that they don't want me to. They actually don't want to hear the truth, and they actually don't want me to tell you the truth. So let me be clear. You hear this chorus of loud vehicles. Satan is terrified. Okay. Satan is terrified that it's putting itself and the people of the state, they're going to federal prison, okay? Because I care not about your fear. What you're doing is entirely egregious and unlawful, and I'm placing myself in the shoes of the ordinary American citizen who is subject to this, who is ignorant of the law, ignorant of their rights, ignorant of the demon-possessed who are in all manner of positions. You're talking about what is dealing with demons that are of law enforcement, who are engaging in what is criminal conduct while they're wearing those badges. You don't even know this. All right, you're talking about what is engaging in what is the demonstration of fear like they are right now. This is the criminal act of criminal summoning. They're going to federal prison for this. So let me document criminal summoning. This is AMR. It's 8:25 p.m. This is criminal summoning. This is grounds of federal prison. That is 3945C3, substantially similar. That is the federal crime of criminal summoning. That is how you are addressing what is the criminal use of the emergency vehicles while they're facilitating minions criminal conduct such as 8XFL946, 7CVN864. So like I said, what the entity is so terrified of, you have what are the minions of American Medical Response who are going to federal prison by a lot of them. They're going to federal prison. In addition to what is law enforcement and the fire departments. They engage in the ongoing criminal act of criminal summoning. And right now, the conduct is speaking to what is fear of what I'm speaking about. Not only fear because I'm speaking the truth, but you're talking about what is fear as they're just listening to me break things down about the demonic, this demon-possessed population. That's what this is about. It is P.O.C. though, okay? Let me tell you something. These legal doctrines with regard to reasonable suspicion, probable cause, while you are engaging in what is surveillance, it doesn't exist. You're not operating on reasonable suspicion. You already know what's going on. First of all, you're a demon. Second of all, you're engaged in criminal surveillance. You know what's being said. You know where I'm going. You know where I'm, they can't read my mind. That's one thing Satan can't read my mind. Okay, you're talking about what is the inability to know what I'm going to do in the future, but studying you and very much aware while they are stalking you and studying your ways, your habits, going to anticipate what it is you are likely to do based on this very close surveillance. I want to be clear. The demon possessed, this includes the demon possessed that are of law enforcement. So you're talking about this creepy entity wears law enforcement uniforms. They work for the medical professionals. Those are demons that were driving an ambulance right now who are engaging in surveillance. All right, want to be a distraction. Speaking to what are federal charges of criminal summoning, that's grounds for federal prison. That's how you're going to treat the demon possessed that act directly with regard to the P.O.C. They engage in an ongoing criminal act of criminal summoning. So you're talking about what is operating under the guise of this constitutionally bound system. All right. So, for example, probable cause. You are restraining yourself because if you already know what's going on, all right, you already know what happened, for example, whether they actually stole the candy bar or not. But because of what is a greater concern, keeping concealed the fact that you are a demon-possessed population, you restrain yourself until you have some leeway whereby you can act on information you know, or you have some sort of way where you can use some exception. Let me be clear. The demon-possessed are exploiting, because now I'm understanding with my knowledge of the law, you are talking about ways in which you can finagle your way into stating, oh, I got this information from such and such, or we had a tip. Guess what? The tipster is a freaking demon, all right? Making up information. The system goes the way that the entity wants the system to go. It's entirely corrupt. All right, so I want to speak to what is, this is not based on some outlandish, unsubstantiated conspiracy theory. First of all, I have been subject to, while maintaining knowledge of the law, having a background in practicing law, I have been subject to what is the criminal conduct of the very criminal justice system, the court system itself. These are demons in the court system, demons sitting on the bench, demons of law enforcement, engaging in blatant criminal activity, and they are demon possessed. Okay, so you were talking about what are demons. When you understand demons, Satan itself knows what you are doing inside of the jail cell when you don't even see anybody looking at you. You're dealing with the demonic. Okay? So you understand that. That's entirely creepy. That's very, very creepy. This is the reality. When you're living in your apartment complex, you're surrounded by the demon-possessed population. They know what's going on inside of your apartment. They do not have to put some mechanism so that they can hear you. That's not what's going on. You're dealing with the demonic. They know what's going on. Okay. In addition to that, the demon-possessed are engaged in obsessive surveillance as an entity, as a population. And they're doing it on behalf of the government. The same government you hear sounding sirens around me, the same government that you hear acting vicariously, crossing paths with loud vehicles, the same entity that you hear flying over my head by helicopter, because they are terrified about the fact that I'm telling you this. Because this is a reality. This is the reality. So you have an entire system that's built on, and it sounds good. It sounds good on the outside, but this is not actually how the system works. It's written down, all right? It exists in the abstract, but that is not actually what is going on in the United States. I know firsthand. I was literally kidnapped by law enforcement. They tried to make up a case, and they tried to make up a case repeatedly. Kidnapped me multiple times, tried to make up a case more than one time. That's what I'm speaking to with regard to the fictitious prosecution case number MWV 2000640. That was a repeated kidnapping. They tried it once, then they tried it again, then they tried it again, and then they tried it again. Okay? And you are talking about outside of all bounds of the law, total disregard of the law. And you know why? Because what they sought to do was they were going to kidnap me and just put me away in a mental ward. It was upon never having it. You never had a right to touch me by the police. They never even had a right. First of all, you're engaged in surveillance, and I'm documenting it. That's why they began targeting me in the first place, illegally arresting me. Okay, you're not subject to harassment by law enforcement for no reason. These are demons. It has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. But by the way, those were African-American police officers who engaged in assault and battery, and it's assault and battery by an entity that's engaged in federal stalking, by the way, who engaged in assault and battery, and then making up allegations that don't even provide them with probable cause, which probable cause does not exist when you are engaged in surveillance. It directly rebuts the existence of it. The purpose of probable cause is based on the fact that you're not clairvoyant, you're not psychic, you don't know because you weren't there, but based on what you have gathered, based on what you've observed, based on what witnesses have told you, okay, based on maybe a background of the particular assailant or the suspect, you're talking about what is information that you are accumulating. That sounds good in the abstract, but actually that's not actually how the system works whatsoever. You're dealing with demons. And so when you don't have the information, because the greater concern is keeping concealed the fact that you are a demon-possessed population in the government, in law enforcement, in the court system, okay, who are entirely corrupt, acting in whatever fashion that they want to, actually, not even regarding the law whatsoever. That is how I've understood and understand that's how I've created what is this policy in order to prosecute the government that's engaging in state surveillance and terrorism. Because it is characterized, it is colored by an utter disregard for actual law and policy, okay? They are doing whatever they want, literally. I witnessed it, I documented it, I experienced it. So anyway, while the entity is engaging in this conduct, you're dealing with demons who know whether you are actually the thief or not. They know whether you are actually the murderer or not. They know whether you are actually the bandit, okay? You're dealing with a demon-possessed entity, and that's both law enforcement and the people themselves. This is an entirely demon-possessed population, and so that is very, very tricky when you're dealing with that. All right, so like I said, this is the reality of that system. And then you're contrasting that to what are the laws that exist only on the books, okay? And so you're talking about what is, you're looking at all these cop shows, you're looking at what are these court TV shows, and you're talking about, these court cases, and believe me, I used to watch them too, especially the court cases, not really the cop shows, I don't care about that, but the court, I used to watch it, fascinating. I went to law school, my passion, okay? So you're talking about what is designed to appear on the outside, on the exterior, on the shell, as we are a society based on one thing, and actually to the contrary, we are not about that at all. At all. And it is intentionally designed to appear this way and exist this way because the demon-possessed are interested in maintaining a concealed status, meaning it is greater that you get away with stealing the candy bar, okay? Rather you get away with stealing the candy bar than impliedly admit that they know you stole the candy bar, even though there was no surveillance camera, there were no witnesses, there was no way that anybody possibly saw you. So how do you know that? Okay? How do you know that? No, of course you're not going to jump to the conclusion, oh, because you're a demon. That's not where this is going. But understand that brings up questions. How do you know what I stole? How would you know that? All right? So the greater interest is keeping concealed the demon-possessed population. That includes those of the government, which is what law enforcement represents. It trickles down even farther from just the government actor. You're talking about every facet of society. Satan is engaging in what is positioning. All right, positioning, I don't mean relevant positioning. I mean positioning of what are those who are puppets of Satan, exercising influence, engaging in what are the agenda of the wicked. All right, and engaging in what is massive surveillance with regard to this criminal system that I'm documenting. And so I just want to bring that to your attention. This is the reality of what I'm documenting, and I've shown you this. They've demonstrated their own demon possession. When I'm showing you, first of all, the directed light, engineered light is everywhere. Everywhere, all the time, day and night. So you're talking about when I'm showing you video of a particular law enforcement agency, they are demonstrating the fact that they are demon possessed. So I have literally provided you a study of what is understanding demon possession when you are witnessing the demon possessed. And it is entirely what is compelling with regard to understanding legislation as it's going to relate to law enforcement, the demon-possessed population that are in the position of law enforcement. Because it's very real. My documentation shows that. This is criminal conduct that's underway by the government while you have what are minions of Satan positioned in such position. I would say placement with regard to the court system, with regard to not only law enforcement, you're talking about with regard to government. I've documented the government body, Upland City Hall, the local government, for example, the Ontario City Hall. These are state facilitating venues. The pattern of conduct does not stop. It didn't pause. There was no respect for what was the law at a particular part of the region or where. No, it didn't stop. The fake sun was over the venue, ongoing directed light, ongoing molestation with directed light, stalking by helicopter, stalking with commercial airline planes, stalking by law enforcement, harassment by the people, harassment by the state, ongoing demonic activity. It did not stop. It does not change. It does not alter. Okay? And so with regard to what is positioning of puppets of Satan, understand that this is what I'm revealing is relevant to how this government actually works as opposed to how we present the way that our government works. Okay? And so that is what I'm speaking to. And so I was just giving you an example with regard to what are legal doctrines such as reasonable suspicion. They are, and I'm gonna make up a word right here, fantastical, nice sounding little theories that actually are not even necessary because you're dealing with demons. Satan knows what you're doing. Satan is a stalker. The people of the state, this demon-possessed population, they're stalking. They're engaged in massive surveillance. This is a population that is engaging in conduct as though it's taking over the world. It's not. It's not taking over the world. It's not taking over anything, and it's also not maintaining covert status. Demons are here. They live amongst us, and you need to know that they're creepy sex offenders. They know what you're doing inside of your home. You don't have privacy. That's very creepy, and you need to know that. That's the bottom line. Okay, you're looking at demon possessed. You don't be deceived by some demon possessed stalker who is attractive, physically attractive. That's a creeper with the spirit of Satan on them, and they know what you're doing when you close the door. Okay, that's entirely creepy, and this is shared by the demon possessed population. Okay, so that's just the reality of what you're dealing with when you're talking about understanding what you live amongst. We live amongst the demon possessed. All right, and so day in and day out, I'm showing you what are the stalkers of this population. 8VPO621 and Papa John's crossing path as well. And I want to be clear, they are engaging in this ongoing terrorism, stalking on behalf of the entity. It didn't stop with the entity. It was ongoing as I documented. Metrolink stalking in concert with the entity that's stalking by helicopter. That's what Metrolink is engaging in. Metrolink is not engaging in any company or, any business on behalf of a company. It's acting on behalf of a government that's engaged in surveillance. Metrolink engaging in what is facilitation. It is light activity. It's a terrorizing threat, just like every other third party engaging in stalking on the side of a road using their hazard lights. That's exactly what it is. It is tantamount to. It's the same conduct, and they're stalking on behalf of the same government. Okay, so let me break that down. And the entity is engaging in stalking right now. 714-93G3, 6VRT 8912, 7KPH 874, 8DMH 946. License 8RIZ 742. License C8ZCU 636. And I'm going to prosecute the people for being such terrorists, engaging in that terrorism with law enforcement, with the state, stalking by helicopter. 8ESD 535. The people of the state engaging in what is facilitation, and in the same way that the government engages in facilitation. 8RNB 556. 5FZT. I can't really see the rest of that one. License plate. NENGZAN. And I want to document while I was speaking about something that was more important rather than to address it immediately. Rider crossing path 7VOX814 engaging in a terrorizing threat with the state that's stalking by helicopter. And again, the entity is always stalking. In other words, the entity is stalking right now by helicopter, remains a relevant position via helicopters. Communicating a terrorizing threat by flying over my head with a helicopter and doing so while you are monitoring what it is that I'm publishing on my podcast. 19020M2. I will prosecute the people of the state for that. Understand that what their role is. These are demons that are directly engaging in that terrorism and facilitating it by a government. All right. If you think that you are not going or in danger of going to federal prison while the government's flying over my head or the ordinary targeted individuals head stalking by place to place by helicopter, you are sorely mistaken. Okay. You're a violent sex offender facilitating the government's ability to threaten my life. You'll go to federal prison for that. 7KRZ458. License plate. BCR0335 Washington, 8WME293, 6TBJ792. All of them engaging in stalking on behalf of the state. This is how the government is maintaining presence. One demon after another, specifically coming to this intersection. This is the demon-possessed population that is consumed with me. All right, license 7CDR043, 8AFU987, 6RZC952. License 8G32759. License 8XFL946. License plate. And by the way, it's 8:42 p.m. License, and these buildup of minions is exactly where the ND flew over my head by helicopter. They're coming to the street because this is where I'm at. License plate 8VQL202. License 8TZP692, 7DZY876, 8GOY016, 7AJR976, 5YVY176, 7YVS560, 22202S1, 6W77121. Directed light moving across Chaffee Joint High School while this demon crosses path. It's impossible light activity. A sex offender, 5EBC016, engaging in terrorism with the state. License plate, the same conduct, just another demon, different face. You're dealing with Satan. License JWINBB. Woo-wee boy. License plate, the directed light conduct is as asinine as this woman's hair. License plate, this is the demon 6UZX439. You have what is directed light that's fanning across the gate, and it's moving in the opposite direction. The vehicle is driving toward me. The fanning of the directed light is just a movement across the gate of the Chaffee Joint High School. It's just directed light. It's not even occurring from headlights, and it's moving in what is an opposite direction. It is as ridiculous as the light while I'm on the bus. I've shown you the directed light on the bus is going forward as the bus is driving forward. It's impossible light activity. It's ridiculous. It is, again, the goofy demons that are going to be prosecuted while they're engaging in stalking with the state by helicopter. 5UBT597, 294WD handicap, 5SKE213, 5DVH244, and let's see, molesting, 7FBT703, 7ARD312, and the fake moon is right over them. Right where they're stalking, right where the state is stalking by helicopter, okay? Federal prison, 7LUP951, the people posing an impermissible threat, 8FQR 578, MAHOSSY 7AJR 976, license plate 91950R2, license 8RFA 884, 7JSV 375, LMNOR76. I can't really see that one. All right, terrorizing with the entity, stalking, molesting with all of the entity. License 3F27156, BM47S10. That's paper. License plate 8UXH070. License, let's see, 7PAW216, 3P27156. In case I didn't read that one. 5R93881, 8DMJ469, 7PLS901. License plate 6VRM534 30238F3 7TGV618 8XHY011 8W06228. License 7DZZ305. Group stalking in the vehicle while the entity is stalking by helicopter and under the fake moon. License 8KSD782. Molesting while the entity is patrolling on the street. This minion is sitting in their vehicle. Illegally parked while they're stalking in the path. All right, I'm not parking police. I'm speaking to what is doing nothing other than maintaining presence on the side of the curb where it says no parking anytime. 8KSD782 is a group stalker, terrorizing with the state that's flying over my head by helicopter. The fake moon is right over my head right here on this street where I am, and I'm being subject to an ongoing molestation by these demons are pacing up and down, coming to this intersection to stalk with this minion. License 8TTJ633. The ongoing molestation is 8KSD782's ability to monitor me while stalking in their vehicle in alignment at the end of the street right here where it says no parking anytime. It's currently 8:47 p.m. And this is P.O.C. That's what stalking, that's what the demon-possessed people do. They are stalkers. And doing so under what is the light source that remains over me, the light source being what is a fake moon. This is the presence of Satan that's in the environment. This is 131 4th Street, I believe. Let me take a picture of this because the people are monitoring here. All right, the entity engaging in what is communicating a terrorizing threat. 6YRR478. Oh, see a street sign or anything over here. 9ABR527, 7KAR978, 8WCZ626, 5SXT617, 6GRD344. Hola. This is, what is this street? Is this 5th Street? She has 1, 2, 3, 4 shadows. That's fascinating. It's okay, I got the information I need. She's group stalking coming out of her apartment, going to the dumpster, and she has 4 shadows. I was documenting license plates inside of this property is at 131, and I believe this is 4th Street. I read all the license plates parked on the street. This demon that's parked at the end of the street, maintaining presence. It's a demon. And with the demons that are patrolling up and down the street molesting. 6GTU841. I will get the street. Oh yeah, 131 and 125. This is where the entity is flying over me by helicopter. Living in their little duplexes. I will prosecute them for terrorism alike. That's why she has 4 shadows. They were in an X. Like she had 2 shadows coming from every corner. These demons that are patrolling on this street are stalking. All of them are stalking, which I've already stated, but I'm just going on being consistent with my documentation. I will be prosecuting you, and as you live in relevant position, demons are stalking at this intersection because they are engaged in massive facilitation. The entity literally provided what is the damning evidence with which I will prosecute the people who live over here and who are stalking over here, engaging in stalking together as an entity. It's currently 8:50 p.m. and that is 125 and 130 4th Street. This is 4th Street. This demon is licensed 6YVC688. I believe, hold on. 6YVC688, yeah. This is P.O.C. It's 8:51 p.m. Okay, as an aside, I was giving the example for the theft of a candy bar just as a picture, an illustration with regard to the commission of a crime. I don't mean, in other words, they might just let you get away with stealing a candy bar because it's a candy bar. The point of that illustration, though, I mean with even a more serious crime, you're talking about what is the necessity of establishing a basis for your knowledge, as opposed to impliedly admitting that you already know what's happening and you don't need any witness or surveillance cameras, for example. This is what I was documenting with regard to what is the entity that is clearly engaged in P.O.C. in Memphis, Tennessee. All right, they have a light source hovering over them in Memphis, Tennessee. And on November 17, 2021, I gave an example of what is documentation, what I have in California, what's going on in California, and versus what was the killing of this young African-American male, like young Dolph or something like that. And they're under, you can see the light activity. There's a light source that's hovering over them. All right, I've already spoken about this. It is not possibly the sun. I documented and I published on November 17th what the entity was doing with the fake sun that remained over me in California, Southern California, San Bernardino County in Southern California, specifically from Ontario, the county building at 1627 West Holt to the Fontana Lewis Library where the state kept the fake sun. And during the time that this young man was killed in Memphis, Tennessee, you're talking about where I have documentation where you see the light source hovering over me. It is not shared, the ongoing presence over some city in Memphis, in the state of Tennessee. This is not the case, and that's what's so spectacular about my documentation, because it is a clear evidence of what is an absolute fable with regard to the sun as we know it. It's not a real thing. All right, and so because it's not plausible to think that there is an actual sun as we've been taught about, but this isn't it. All right, so there's another one somewhere. I don't think so. It's a big lie. Okay, and documentation is speaking about there are a lot of things that are fables. Okay, the demon-possessed population are not ignorant of that. The demon-possessed population are not even supposed to exist. All right, with regard to our knowledge of them. All right, 7NMM597, engaging in terrorism, ongoing directed light just twinkling all over the sidewalk in the dark, especially while I'm talking about what I'm speaking of. So anyway, the entity is engaging in the placement of the light source over me in California on November 17th. And if you look at the surveillance cameras, and I published this, even the news broadcast, the reporters they're under a fake sun. It's hovering over them. You could tell their shadow was like right there. I've shown you how you can tell the light source is hovering right above you. You see the light activity. There is no, with regard to whether it's hovering or not, there is no possible way, because we've been told that there's only one sun. And though this is the common sense aspect, there's no way that there would be any light source anywhere, not even in another county. Because if I stay at the Ontario Town Square, that's where the fake sun stayed all day long. I just documented that. And then when I go to another building, what about remaining over the Ontario Town Square? What about that? That's not possibly the sun. And also it's not the sun because common sense says when you step away from that documentation showing that's not the sun, you also know that that's not the sun because the actual sun's not going to stay over an address all day long. It's not going to refrain from constant movement in the direction west. Even if it is starting off the day over me at 6:30 in the morning, it's not going to be over me where I am also located at the same block at the end of the day. All of this is documentation of what is not possibly the sun. And let alone, that is also to the exclusion of it being anywhere in Memphis, Tennessee. That is, again, speaking to what is impossible. Ubiquitous presence over everyone at the same time. It's an object in the sky, the sun. All right, you're talking about what would be the appearance of the sky. The sun would be a yellow sky then, if the sun was perpetually present like that. It's not. It's not present over everyone. It is just so retarded. So anyway, the documentation I published in, and I was revealing this about Memphis, Tennessee, and this man was killed. This is a killing that occurred in Memphis, Tennessee. And let me be clear, where this environment is present, it's demonic. The demonic surveillance is underway. The entity is not ignorant. Police are not ignorant about what happened or who killed him. It's an ongoing fallacy. All right. And you're talking about what are the demon-possessed law enforcement officers. The people of the state are demon-possessed as well. And you have the people of the state that are engaging in criminal conduct. And then you have the people of the state that are engaging in this criminal conduct. And then they're demons alike. And so you've got the law enforcement that is then feigning ignorance. You're feigning it. You're talking about Satan. Satan knows what happened. They know what happened. Okay, so with regard to the murder of this young man, that demonic environment is present. The demon-possessed that are reporting on the news, and this is the reality of this demonic system, this demonic activity, demon possession. Okay, you're talking about what is of different people, right? You're talking about what is Satan that is occupying a multiplicity of people at once. They are of one demonic mindset. Satan knows what the other minion did. Okay, they're not, and you're talking about what is engaging in what is conduct as though they don't know. They're engaging in a quote unquote investigation, and they're naming suspects. They're naming people that they're going to question. They're under a fake sun and they're in directed light. Directed light was even in the news broadcast that I cited. Look at the video that I published with regard to playing. I want you to watch it. That news. There's directed light in the video. I mean, inexplicable light. Like I show you, pay attention to the top of the building. You see directed light just floating across the building. That's not sunlight. That's demonic. Okay, and it's impossible light activity. It's directed light. This is appearing in the video as well, when the African American anchor woman, she's reporting on the supposed, mysterious murder, and they're investigating, and there's directed light in the video. It's a demonic environment, and she's under a fake sun. And the surveillance video where young Dolph was killed by these men, they're under the fake sun. The enlarged engineered light, they're in engineered light. The pattern of conduct, in other words, is underway. The entity engaged in a killing, and then the entity feigns ignorance about what is then going to be conducting an investigation. Again, an investigation presupposes that you don't know what happened. All right. And again, for the overall intent of maintaining secrecy with regard to demon possession, a demon possessed population, you're talking about what is engaging in the form of conducting yourself, operating a system that is not in any way revealing your knowledge of what is going on, regardless of surveillance cameras, witnesses. You don't need any of that. The demon possessed are engaging in what is conduct, and they know what is going on. That includes law enforcement. They are under a fake sun and indirected light. The videos, I looked at more than one video of this, not only the killing, but also the news reporters. They're under a fake sun and indirected light. Okay. So that was fascinating to me. And so that's why I published it. And this is getting beyond, this is the even bigger picture, because the entity is engaging in this form, and it is for what is, again, maintaining concealed status, not revealing the fact that you actually know what's going on behind closed doors. You know what is where people are, there is no privacy. It's a fallacy. It's not true. It's not true that you maintain any sense of actual privacy. It's not true that it's unknown as to what you are doing unless you're telling someone or unless you're public. No, that's not true. You are surrounded by the demon possessed who know exactly what's going on in your life. Okay? They know based on, depending on, how you are. If you're writing about your business, your feelings, they know what's going on. They know what you're writing. They know what you are. If you keep a journal on your computer, they know what you're journaling on a communication device. They know what you're talking about. They know who you're talking to. They know who you're meeting with. So I want to be clear. This is the same with regard to law enforcement. And this killing that occurred in Memphis, Tennessee on November 17, 2021, it occurred under the fake sun, which is absolutely a fake sun. The light source remained over me as I was on the bus of the Omnitrans going to Fontana. It remained specifically over my head. That is not occurring. That is not present. It is not coexisting. It is not mutually existing anywhere in the city or the state of Tennessee. It's not even in Nevada. It is remaining directly over me. I've shown this. I show you the fake sun that's over the roof of the building where I am inside of, and it stays there all day. I've shown you that. That is not the sun that those minions are standing under when they're killing young Dolph. These are the demon possessed that engaged in the killing. And then the demon possessed law enforcement agencies are then feigning ignorance, talking about they're going to conduct an investigation. They are restraining themselves because it is in the greater interest to keep concealed the fact that they are of that condition, that they know what's going on, that there is a system of surveillance in the United States. You need to understand that. And that's what I'm speaking to. They know what's going on. They know what is good. They know. Okay. So the system is operated, and it means there's the laws and there's the way that it's structured, right? Our legal system, the laws and whatnot. And there's that, and then there's the way that it actually operates, the way that it is actually occurring, okay? And the system goes, people are prosecuted or not prosecuted, based on literally what the entity decides to do, because the entity knows. It's not ignorant, okay? It's not ignorant at all. They know what's going on. These ideas of probable cause and reasonable suspicion, and investigations and prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. These minions know. It's revealing what is the whole farce of this system that as we know it in the U.S. And that is the bigger picture. Okay? So anyway, that's what I just wanted to get into. And I was just using the theft of a candy bar as an illustration. And generally speaking, okay, they might let you get away with stealing a candy bar just because it's a candy bar. But I was just using it as an illustration. I mean, not suffering consequences for engaging in an actual crime. If you don't have facts in order to establish how you know something, or a way in order to create such facts in order to establish that you know something outside of what is admitting that you know what's going on, even though you don't have any basis to know what's going on. You're not going to admit, you're not going to imply that you are engaging in any kind of surveillance, or that you're a demon-possessed entity that knows what's going on whatsoever. Okay, so let me be clear. The demon-possessed are engaged in surveillance. Surveillance is underway by the demon-possessed population. It is the conduct, criminal conduct, of the demon-possessed. This is the agenda of Satan. Okay? So it is one and the other. It is tied together. So anyway, I just want to speak to that, and that's why I gave the example of theft of a candy bar. But I mean, even something that's more serious of a crime. So that's all. Anyway, it's currently 9:03 p.m. and I continue walking down Euclid Avenue, and this is P.O.C. 8HQZ 789, 5YGR 175, 8EBZ 948. Bank of America creating light activity via 7ELD 810, creating light activity, having a minion on a ladder as they're engaging in some sort of, construction or whatever. They're using a construction vehicle as a method of light activity. It is the same occupation of that open space with light activity, a demon stalking in the path with light, the same iteration, another iteration of the same exact P.O.C. 2ABZ 479, 8FTP 978, and that is the Bank of America at 935 Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. Ontario Police Vehicle Number 1854. Ontario Police are group stalking and terrorizing with Bank of America, who's facilitating light activity. OPD license 1503481. And it's 9:05 p.m. and I did capture an image of what is the group stalking presence, the terrorizing threat communicated by the demon-possessed that are engaging in surveillance and know exactly where I'm at while I'm being molested with directed light in the state of stalking by helicopter. That is the communication of a terrorizing threat, and that is why many of the Ontario Police Department officers are going to federal prison, by the way. License 8R33378, I believe. Now that is the state acting directly. This is the state acting vicariously. These are third parties stalking in the same exact manner, coming to molest. This is third party license plate 6NBJ578. Come on down. License 7XIV021. They're under the fake moon, which is now over G Street. License 8KY-254-A. That is a license plate, looks like Baja, California. That's audible activity and what is engineered light of a sex offender who's stalking and terrorizing with the Ontario Police. 6WGH441. HMB313. GPN 135, I believe. The people of the state engaging in terrorism, again, what are the third-party facilitating venues present? The Pizza Hut, the Bank of America. You've got a minion there engaging in activity, creation, maintaining presence in the path. This demon here, 8STC709. You have the entity of El Pescador. Those are third parties. Let me be clear. While law enforcement are Stalking in the path, engaging in what is visible presence. In the same way, while the entity stalks by helicopter, it is the communication of a threat. These pathetic demons engage in threatening in this conduct, and that is the grounds of what is federal prison. Not only third parties are subject to federal prison for that, the entity itself, you're talking about the law enforcement officers, they will be snatched up and going to federal prison. Engaging in this conduct while the American citizens are enforcing their constitutional rights to document, and you want to engage in what is an act of terrorism. First of all, you're a demon. Second of all, you are representing the government directly while you're trying to intimidate someone, while you're monitoring their documentation. That is an impermissible threat. In other words, the government has no permission to do that. The government will go to federal prison. The government, whoever it's acting through, will go to federal prison. El Pescador is communicating that threat with Ontario police who are group stalking at the intersection of Dree Street and Euclid. So let me get this license, 6 PSK 429, and this demon back here, monitoring on the opposite side of the street, engaging in this demonic teamwork, surrounding me with a light at, let's see, Machuca's Beauty Salon. I'll get that demon's license plate, 8BGH000, at what is Machuca's Beauty Salon at 110 F Street. License 436DD, handicap is parked over here as well. Machuca's Beauty Salon is flashing light. This is demonic, it's not a malfunction. And it is light activity where that demon is parked on the side, and the other demon comes in front of me, aiming their headlights toward me. This is terrorism. These are demons that are stalking and surrounding with light. All right, they engage in this animal-like conduct. You're going to throw those animals into federal prison. 28609H3. 7VHV139. 37706R2. It is 9:10 p.m. It's 9:10 p.m. So I'm walking through the parking lot. This is the parking lot that is behind Euclid Avenue, and by behind, it is west of Euclid Avenue, the street. It is the parking lot behind, for example, the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where I've documented the fake sun remaining over me for the duration of the day, and then as I exited, the fake sun was over me during the 4 o'clock hour. Not 4 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was over me in this back parking lot. I've documented this before. The methods of directed light while demons were driving by, and the use of creating light activity in the parking lot. I documented all of this. This is the parking lot area that I'm walking through right now. And I captured what are multiple images at 9:10 p.m. of the state engaging in the same conduct that I was documenting while I was standing at the 10 freeway. Documenting the people of the state who are demons engaging in ongoing patrolling, which is terrorism, while they're monitoring, and they're monitoring while an American citizen is documenting it. This is the people engaging in that ongoing impermissible threat. And I was speaking to what was the entity patrolling via aircraft. This is what the entity has continuously been doing as I continue to walk on Euclid Avenue. And this is what I captured in images. They're flying over the Unicare hospital community. You've got, not hospital community, the Unicare Medical Center. You have minions that are inside of the Unicare. They're monitoring right now. And this minion that is cleaning, she is in operation of a communication device as well. I will be documenting that specifically. But I'm just speaking to, this is where they're flying over. Starbucks is in relevant position. They're monitoring as well. But let me be clear, it already goes without saying where the entities are stalking directly. The people of the state are third parties. They're minions. They're stalking together. But I'm just making my notes. I'm being deliberate. I'm, letting you know. Starbucks minions are here of Starbucks. Minions inside of Unicare, standing around, holding trash bags. That minion is cleaning. All right, but she's also monitoring with communication devices while the entity that I capture, you see the plane. It's a large plane. It's hovering very low over the building. That's terrorism. The entity is stalking by airplanes. It is flying in the direction east, hovering over the storefronts as I'm walking through the parking lot. Unicare, Starbucks, Arco at 434 North Euclid Avenue, the Chevron, they're monitoring. All right, it's currently 9:12 p.m. TYC016 7RCC197 8GPN165 30349F3 coming out of Gloria's Cochinas as I'm approaching, using their truck as a means of light activity and audible activity. Gloria's Cochinas is monitoring as well. It is 9:14 p.m. License CB78Z21, that's paper. License 7KWN 974, molesting with the demons that come out of Gloria's Cochinas in order to stalk and touch on my person. Those are 2 Latino men. They're sex offenders coming out to touch on me. License 30349F3. And they're monitoring the criminal activity of Gloria's Cochinas as well. HRSTMAX. License 7PPD 598. Let's see. And this is at D Street. D in Euclid. In Ontario. License 8MDP835. 926LP handicap 7ZKV496 7MON064 8XHT370. Um, 8TQL602, I believe. 8ZBL720. 8VPD381. 8LDF558. 8JTE828. Seven RXR296. 8 HOR948. 7VLL503. That's 8HDR948. 6ALTIST. 8WSC 679. I'm sorry, 6W. No, that was correct. 5WGW 921. Directed light going onto the wall of what is 3-star janitorial while that demon is driving west on Hope Boulevard. It's absolutely impossible light activity. That's a demon and they're stalking. Monitoring is license. License C 8 RAC 754. Molesting is 7 DNB 331. And so is Union Pacific. Six VPY 149. Seven BKR 538, I believe. Seven SOS 902. Monitoring with Union Pacific. 7 VJP 251, I believe. 7 ZAT 703. I'm sorry, 8 ZAT 703. License CA62M28 paper. That's amplified audible activity. AJ's towing, sitting at the intersection monitoring and molesting. AJ's towing, license plate 30091B3. It's 9:26 p.m.
And again, in the same way that Metrolink is, understand Union Pacific is the same entity that is stalking and terrorizing by the state via helicopter, okay? The entity acting in concert as one. That's Union Pacific acting vicariously. It's the same entity, the same facilitation, the same P.O.C. is underway, using a train as a means of amplified audible activity, which is demonic, while an ongoing molestation with directed light is ongoing, which is demonic, by the demon-possessed, who are stalking all around, just swirling all around, moving all around in directed light, and directed light strewing all around, all about the place. Union Pacific is engaged in a sex offense as well. 7DGS 221, 8AMS 113, 8HHT 994. Union Pacific, that train, right now it's 9:27 p.m. And it is going eastbound. CHUY 10, 6YJD 419, 8YCP 085. This is the train that the entity is amplifying where I would be in the vehicle at 630 North Front, outside of 630 North Front, inside of the vehicle. It is also engaged in this conduct when I was inside of the residence. It's not a private residence, it's a third-party facilitating venue of Woodside Senior Apartments belonging to Tracy Banks, amplifying this train activity inside of that apartment. That's impossible audible activity. That is how, again, as I was describing, the mothers with the mothers and fathers with their babies, their demons that are stalking. You see the engineered light on the ground, and the fake sun is over the library. That's how you're deducing and understanding what is their demon possession. The impossible audible activity, under the guise of the sound of children walking and talking and laughing and running. It's not sweet and endearing. It's demonic. You can't hear that through the concrete walls of the library in the study room. Those are demons, and they're engaging in what is an act of terrorism. All right, this is terrorism while you're listening to the sound of a train inside of an apartment on the other side of the city. All right. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not on the other side of the city, but you're talking about what is blocks away. You're not hearing the train inside of your apartment in Woodside Senior Apartments. It's absolutely impossible. And that is easily demonstrable, by the way, in a court, if that were necessary to do so. But this is common sense. It's not rocket science, and this is demonic. That's how you understand what demonic activity is. And you did see on video, you saw this little African-American child, you saw a demon-possessed child engaging in criminal conduct. That's facilitation. Let me tell you something. Their parents will be prosecuted for facilitation. That's very serious. You're talking about endangering their children, delinquency of a minor, engaging in sexual, all kind of federal crimes, and then you're just, here you go, giving it to your kid to engage in it, and you know that they're going to be documented as well. BU 95 G54 paper. That's a demon that's molesting. All of these demons are molesting. I'm going to read you their license plates. As though their headlights are touching this brick wall on the opposite side, and their headlights are illuminating this sidewalk on the opposite side. Yeah, I'm going to read that they're demons. License 8LLL772, 7GIE501. License CA9S27. That's a paper plate on a black Tesla. And these minions on the opposite side are monitoring together as well. License 8LSW103, 8TQK282, 5RHY357, C 8ZAU361, 8VRW947. Sex offenders molesting. It is currently 9:31 p.m. and that is relevant to what is the ongoing impermissible threat by the people of the state, as I'm documenting and serving to prosecute the entity. The people of the state are in what is engaging in an ongoing communication of what is an impermissible threat, as I have continuously documented it. 5BCM035, 8CTV111, and the people of the entity itself will learn how impermissible it is indeed. It is currently 9:31 p.m. That is documentation coming from Upland Public Library. I'm molested inside of the Upland Public Library. That's the purpose of aiming engineer light inside of the venue.
and you are seen as none other than the sex offender and the stalker and the demon that you are, where you have the light source over your roof, and it clearly was not over there yesterday, and it's not over at the same time. The light source remained over me because I remain subject to surveillance, and those are sex offenders engaging in surveillance at the Upland Public Library all day long, where the light source, not only is it revealed by virtue of its being present over the roof of the Upland Public Library, it was over the same roof as I captured it at 8:21 in the morning. If you pay attention to the video at 3 o'clock, the ones in the afternoon, it's still over the same roof, while the direction I'm facing when I'm standing on the sidewalk in the morning, it's over the same location. It's over the building all day long. That's in and of itself, even if you weren't even paying attention to my documentation from yesterday or all the rest of it. All right. You're talking about what is the fake sun that's documented in 2020. As a matter of documentation, the actual sun would never be anywhere up over Stater Brothers or any other location, as I documented, remaining over Mayfair Inn in alignment with my room during the day and setting in alignment with my room. That would never be anywhere in the city of Upland. Okay, so this is what I'm speaking to, what is the conduct of stalking with the sun, and that is exclusive with regard to my ability to see it from a hotel room at Mayfair Inn at the east end of Hope Boulevard. That is speaking to what is not movement very far whatsoever, certainly not into any city of Upland, north of Euclid Avenue. But that is documentation that is also speaking to what has nothing to do with time of year. I use time of year analysis because these are the things that we're told about the sun, how it operates, how it moves. All right, the time of year and all of this, and it's very consistent analysis with regard to showing you what is absolutely not the sun under any circumstances, and on the bottom line being the actual sun as we know it. And that's what I'm speaking to with regard to my language. I'm being deliberate, as opposed to the actual sun is the sun that we've been taught about, that's in science books, and this is about our galaxy, what we've been taught about. And I'm speaking about what is the fake sun, this light source that remains over me, which is not that sun. The reality is, based on what the documentation reveals, the actual sun, as it were, doesn't actually exist. It doesn't. It's a lie. And that's the bottom line. Because showing a fake sun over me is showing what is the not, it does not exist. All right, so you're talking about what is a light source, and you're understanding what is actually the makeup of this society. It's based on a lot of fables, and that's in order to maintain what is, again, an entire population that exists, which is directly relevant to your knowledge as to what you're surrounded by and what the motivation of a government is, what the motivation of a people are, and their condition, which is directly relevant to that. It's informative. These are demons, and this is criminal activity, and it's unconstitutional while it's occurring in the United States. So that's directly relevant to what is revealing what is not actually a real thing, and that is the sun. And that is a large statement. I understand that, but that is a statement that is based on what is long-time documentation, long-time observation. And you don't, like I said, you don't have to be a scientist. I would like a scientist to address this conduct, which is, this light source, which again is in no way, how do you even reconcile that? You cannot reconcile what is a light source remaining over a property and address that is the Ontario Town Square from 7:45 in the morning until after 5 o'clock in the evening. What scientist is going to actually address that? You cannot. All right, you're talking about what is going to be an entire breakdown of everything as we know it, everything that you've been told. All right, so like I said, it is the revealing of what the demon possessed. This is not something that's unknown. This is my revealing that which is existing, which you may not have even noticed. You need to notice. You need to open your eyes. You need to pay attention, because it is revealing a lot more that is relevant to that. This fake sun documentation, which is showing it is indeed a fake sun. Understand, this is revealing, going beyond that. Not only is it a fake sun, the sun as we know it, the sun that's written about in the text, it doesn't exist. It's a fake. Or that's why you've got a light source in Memphis, Tennessee, versus what's remaining over me in California. Okay, and that is necessarily the case. There is no sun that's maintaining universal presence over all of us. Certainly not while it's remaining over me at a single address from morning until the evening. That's just the impossibility of that. And so
the reasonable conclusion based on long-term documentation and observation. This is analysis. This is based on the documentation that's accumulated. You know, this is substantiated. It is not real. The sun is not a real thing, and it is not possibly real, because I do not surmise that the actual sun as we know it exists somewhere else. But this is under no circumstance what I'm showing. That's not the sun. So I am not of the position that the actual sun exists somewhere else. It's just not. No, I don't think so. I'm not of that position. You're talking about what is revealing, what is an ongoing fable that we've been told about in our society. And so that's a big deal. And that is relevant to not just what's going on in California. What's going on in California is going to be a massive prosecution. You have what is Satan being put in its place, and as resistant as Satan is, and you're witnessing that. You're talking about engaging in what is very serious federal crimes because you have not yet experienced what is going to be the wrath for your conduct. Does not make it's very imprudent for you to continue to engage in that. You have already crossed that line, and you are talking about what is going to be the very severe repercussions for that. And it is necessary as a matter of justice. Understand the bigger picture. It is the creation of uniform policy, dealing with what is the reality of what a demon-possessed population, which is no longer a situation, a circumstance that is concealed. It's not a secret anymore. Okay, it's very common. You're talking about what is an entire population, and they are living amongst us. And with that are the very creepy details that I told you about. The demon possessed, they know what you're doing inside of your home. You don't have any privacy. The demon possessed are in the government. You're talking about what are demons that are wearing law enforcement uniforms and acting like they're normal, like they don't know what's going on. Talking about reasonable suspicion. They're demons. Those are minions of Satan. They are in specific positions, and you're talking about what is the creepy sex offender and stalker that are the demon possessed, because that's exactly what they are doing. They're engaged in massive surveillance, and they're doing it in plain sight. But now what they're doing in plain sight is it is criminalized because they're doing it on behalf of the government. And they are doing it under a specific condition, and it is referred to as what is state surveillance and terrorism. Criminal, a matter of what is federal law. And speaking to what I'm documenting now, you're talking about what is impermissible threat territory. That's straight federal prison. Okay, it's 9:39 p.m. I am at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. This is the P.O.C.